Good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining us on this little, I don't know, off the cuff day after Christmas little stream. Derek and I, who you probably know as the Grey Knight dude, we've been chatting for probably like 6 weeks trying to figure out when and how we're gonna do a talk. So we decided we're just gonna do a little, basically a bullshit session. We've got some drinks and we're gonna talk Grey Knights and 40k, so feel free to join on in. So you had a little list, Derek, but actually we have never chatted ever. This is our first time.
We have not.
Yeah,
we just seemed so natural when we got on. We're like, yeah, what's up? What's
yeah.
up? You drink? Yeah. All right, let's go.
Let's do this thing. Yeah. So I've been playing since basically right at the ass end of 8th. I got in like 2 games at 8th on TTS, and then I went right into 9th. I picked up Grey Knights as my first army just because I think the lore is amazing and they're awesome models. What actually sealed it for me is the Dread Knight, which I'm sure we're going to talk a lot about Dread Knights here soon. But yeah, that Dread Knight model, I know folks hate it. I love it. So
the baby carriage. I honestly didn't know it was called a baby carriage until years later.
I was like, it's a dude in a suit, cool. In a suit. That's amazing. So
yeah, like he still has a 2-up save because he's wearing Terminator armor. That makes sense.
Hell yeah. So how long have you been playing? Like, what army did you start with? How did you pick up Grey Knights and the whole 9?
So long but quick story. I started in a store called Allied Hobbies in the mall, and it was like toy trains and airplanes and stuff like that. I was maybe 10.
Oh man,
maybe 10. And I saw this box, like it was probably like this big, and it had the old school Termagants on it, like the really weird looking Termagant models, like the plastic ones, and there were 6 of them. So I convinced my dad to buy them for us, and I still remember the store owner just shaking his head like, no, like this is not a 10-year-old game. And I bought them, brought them home, paint them like the worst you could ever see, and then me and my brother would make up rules on the game. Eventually, fast forward years later, me and my friend actually got into it kind of more in depth. Like actually we read the rules, got the rule book and everything. That was probably when I was like 15. And then I played for a year or 2 back when we used to actually go to a Games Workshop store to play. And then I stopped for like a long time until I got into college, and I found a local store. I walked in, I saw that they were playing 40k. I was like, holy shit, I know this game. I got an army, teach me. So they taught me, got really super competitive like at that store, went to a bunch of tournaments, and then started branching out to more stores. And then that was back when Drago Wing was the thing. So I guess 5th, 6th.
I'm sorry, Drago Wing or Drago Wing?
Drago Wing. You weren't back. You saw.
Oh no, man.
So this was 5th or 6th.
But 5th is when like that was the Matthew Ward period of time or whatever, where like our force weapons could just kill a model.
Yeah,
like, it didn't matter how many wounds you had or anything.
That's so cool. But they had a thing where you can run 10 paladins, and you can pick where the wounds go as long as their weapons are different. So in the codex, you used to have master crafted options. So you would make a Stormbolter master crafted, which means you could just re-roll the shot. So what we would do is we'd have 10 different models or 10 models, but geared out 10 different ways. One had a master crafted Stormbolter, one had a master crafted sword, one had a master crafted halberd, one had a master crafted halberd sword. Like you just basically master crafted everything you wanted to, and then you would you would have to roll 1 dice at a time because each person was different technically, and then it would basically just be all 2-ups. That's all you were trying to do. And if you wanted to, Drago can take it on his 3-up, and then if he takes enough wounds, then you could start taking on other people again. It was the most bullshit thing ever.
So you basically had like 37 wounds, and you could assign the wounds individually, like throughout the whole unit. So you needed to,
you needed to wipe the unit to kill somebody, basically.
To kill one paladin.
Yeah, it was so bad. Basically, you would just walk up the table with the paladins and Drago, and then in the back you had the autocannon dreadnoughts, which had
Oh
8
yeah,
shots on the autocannons.
yeah. When I bought, I bought, yeah, I bought my army off of a friend who was getting out of the game, and he gave me 2 of the autocannon dreadnoughts, and I'm like, aren't these legends? Because I was just getting in into the game. Turns out, yeah, they're totally legends. So I've had to like 3D print and go find and buy like actual, you know, missile launchers and lads cannons and useful things, stuff that is actually usable in the game right now.
6 of them, I think. So when I got back into ninth recently, I found all my dreads and they all still had autocannons on them. So none of my dreadnoughts are kitted out with anything.
That's hilarious.
And you can't find the actual bits for plasma or meltas or anything. So it's
man.
annoying.
That's why I've like resorted to 3D printing. I have a resin printer, so like here I've got this little guy. So here's my Grandmaster Dread Knight. Now you can't see, awesome. But like I've got a bunch of 3D printed parts on him. Like I've got this little like tabard here. I don't usually do this, so and I've got this thing that's now magnetized, so I can make him a Grandmaster or not a Grandmaster, or a Grandmaster not a Grandmaster. And I've had to resort to 3D printing for all this stuff, just because I'm not gonna pay $15 for a plasma gun from the UK that oh yeah so that's right, who's that by? DMG Minis or whatever?
I got it off Etsy, so I guess somebody who 3D printed on Etsy just sells them, and it's pretty expensive, but you only need 1 or 2 of them if you want to. It's like $35, but it makes it stand out so much. It's like they're thick.
Yeah, I've got
and
one
it covers
of
up the baby carriage.
Yeah, I've got one of those too. But so we're starting to get viewers trickling in. I want everybody to know, please ask your questions. Yeah, Shashi Bear is already throwing shade at us, so I love it. Keep that up. That's why we do these live streams. So please ask questions and make fun of me or Derek, whichever. Yeah.
Yep. All day.
So you had
so I started back in ninth about 5-6 months ago, and my boy Jack, who I used to play with a long time ago, got me back into it, and it just made things so much easier. The rules, the simplicity, like 9th edition rules are so much different than back in the day, and I think it's more fair too,
and faster.
Spam, like 20 units, and so much faster.
Yeah, like I remember hearing stories because some of the people I play with have been playing for quite a while, and they remember like weapon plating facing and like
armor values.
Like if all the weapons like weren't able to see the target, then you could only fire with the weapon that could see the target, which is very realistic. And I'm sure that there are war games out there for like, World War II or whatever, where that's all very cool, but like, it can do nothing but slow down the game,
Yep. And like I had the old codex here. This is the last one I had. It's basically the same cover, but there's armor values in the thing. Like this is you can't see, it's all blurred out. Land Raider had a 14 armor value, front, side, and rear. So basically you had to crack the armor value, and if you crack the armor value, then you could roll on its HP. So if you had like power 4 weapons, you weren't touching a Land Raider. So Land Raiders used to be amazing back in the day.
Which is funny because where they are now. So
they just die.
So Shazzy is throwing us shade. He says that what they're talking about when they say you're the slayer of Sasha. Now, If I remember right, I was just watching your video
Oh,
a few
God.
hours ago about your like latest RTT, and if I remember right, there was a guy there who's a pretty well-known Black Templars player who you like trounced. So you got to like smack around like a pretty decent player.
So, I mean, I said it in the video, but I didn't know who he was. Like, it's funny. Every like really good player is super nice. So like throughout the whole game, we're like talking back and forth, like super friendly. And on let's just say bottom one, I killed his apothecary, chaplain, and contemptor dread on bottom one. So like
Against
going
Black
into turn
Black
against
Templar.
Black Templar and one of the best Black Templar players in the United States. Like I had no idea who this guy was. So my confidence level now after that is pretty good. But then I like we talked at the end, and then at the very end of the tournament, they're like, "I can't believe you beat Sasha. Can't believe you beat Sasha. Oh my god, he wins all the time." And I'm like, "Who is this Sasha guy?" I go back to my main store. They're like, "Dude, I can't believe you beat Sasha." I'm like, "Who the fuck is this Sasha guy?" But yeah, he's just a super cool Black Templar player that I guess goes to all the GTs and play GTs. So he's awesome.
Nice.
And I would never. And I'm gonna give a shout out to Brian. I would never have beaten him if it wasn't for the guy who plays with us all the time, who plays Black Templar and almost runs a similar list. So I basically faced that list like 15 times before I came to this tournament.
Nice. Yeah, I got to meet Black Templars at that RTT. First time I'd ever played him versus a guy who's pretty good in my local area, and he absolutely, completely curb stomped me. It was not like he was very nice and like he was super chill, and he even like helped me deploy and talked about how he's deploying. Like once he learned I was a new player, and he's like, "All right, let's go," and then just like I mean, he did get a 10-inch long bomb charge off on me, but he was like he just wrecked my face. So
yeah, Black Templars are very good against Grey Knights. And I was telling him about the psychic stoppage. Like Brian runs, like everybody tries to beat Grey Knights basically at my meta. Like they're like, all right, how do I beat 4 Dread Knights, or how do I beat Derek? That's the meta.
Yeah, how do I beat 5 goddamn Dread Knights?
Yeah, I started running 4, so I slimmed it down a little bit. But he basically has 2 denials, so he has 2 chances to deny a psychic power, and then he has a stratagem he can use to roll 4 up, and then it just denies. So he saves all of it for psychic amplification, which is our best spell, like hands down.
Yeah.
So he's like, all right, I don't care what the hell you roll. You could smite me all day. Just tell me when you're gonna do psychic amplification.
It's really funny because in 8th, everybody was trying to wait. Like everybody I fought was like, when's Rick gonna cast Astral Aim? That's when I'm gonna deny. I'm gonna stop Astral Aim from going off. But now Astral Aim's so bad, nobody fucking casts it anyway.
I don't know if I've ever casted this new codex.
I have not yet. So Shazzy Bear is asking if we've thought about a max mortal wound list. This is kind of jumping the gun a little bit because
we have a list.
We do have a list. And one of the things I wanted to talk about is what we might think the Army of Renown could look like. And I honestly, like, what I'm hoping, and this is complete conjecture, like, I have no idea what I'm actually saying. So, I think it might be kind of like a Dark Angels thing, where you get, like, a Vanguard detachment, but you get back all of the CP, and then you have to basically just bring Honored Knights in one way or another, and they may allow like strike squads. Have you seen how weird some of the armies of renowns are? Like this would not, like the Honored Knight keyword exists, right? And all it really does right now, and I said this in my latest video, or one of my latest videos.
Yeah, the video. Yep.
Yeah, and I said like, so the problem right now is paladins and purifiers and venerable dreadnoughts and stuff. If you bring them, you're effectively saying you don't even get half of our cool shit, right? Like you're rolling with this brotherhood, but you don't get any of the stuff from that brotherhood, right? So, you know, fuck you. So the Honored Knight has to do something at some time. because right now it's actually exclusive, not inclusive, right? So I'm thinking that our Army of Renown will have something to do with the Honored Knight keyword. And what I'm hoping is there'll be a Hall of Champions Brotherhood that they add, and then the Honored Knight will do stuff. I know that that doesn't really fit with our lore because we have like the Order of Purifiers and the Hall of Champions, and most dreadnoughts are actually in the Purifiers, you know, like Brotherhood, but like the Honored Knight keyword has to do something. So what I was thinking, I was actually walking my dog today, and this is how I'm gonna drag this back to Shazzy's question, is I was like, man, if I could just bring like 2 Vanguard detachments and basically just bring Purifiers, Paladins, Vendreads, Drago, and Crow. Right? They're all Honored Knights. I don't know how you'd get around OBSEC. I don't know how they would do that, but like the psychic potential, because I'm like, of course I'll put Purifying Flame on all of my Paladin squads. So it wouldn't even be Smite spam. It'd be fucking Purifying Flame spam, you know? And then you could still have the Paladins cast Smite, have the Purifiers cast Purifying Flame, and that way they're like, they've got their 2 different casts that increase. The Purifiers obviously get +1. You can make the Paladins pretty tanky with like Armored Resilience and Sanctuary or some like warding staves or something, right? Like you could actually make them pretty hard to shift. So I was like, but that would be awful to walk into and just get like, you got six Purifier squads just all
until you see a Thousand Suns player across the table and you're like, well, I lost.
Yeah, I have not had the misfortune of playing them yet. Have you?
There's a player in my store. His name's Nolan. He plays Dark Eldar or Jakari, and then Black
Thousand Suns.
And he just it's just I brought a Calyxus assassin literally just to play him.
Yeah, I remember. I think
you probably saw me talk about it, but like it was so good against him. But that's how much I hated playing Thousand Suns, because they literally stop all the psychic powers that we have.
Yeah,
it was just so bad.
One of my friends that also kind of like you, he plays Drukari. He also has a pretty decent Thousand Suns army. He doesn't have it quite figured out for 9th yet, but I'm like, hey man, I'd love to play you. I cannot wait for our 45-minute psychic phases. It's like, I cast, I deny, I cast, I deny, I cast, I deny. You know, it's just like never ending.
I could literally tell you a quick Thousand Suns list. It's Contemptor, or it's Redemptor Dreads, the 2 16-shot.
Yeah, so you were right. So Contemptors, not because Redemptors are the Primaris.
Are the big ones, right?
Yeah, the like so really chonky ones. Yeah.
2 of those. You need 3 units of 5 Terminators. You need 3 characters. Pick whatever characters you want. 3
Ahriman, obviously.
Small units of 3 small units of regular Marines, and then you need Spawn, and that's your Thousand Suns list. Like the Terminators alone are fucking insanely good.
Yeah.
With their -2 damage shots. Like, how do their Stonebolters have that? I that's just, and then they ignore 1 and 2 AP, because then it reduces it to 1 damage. So like you just don't die. You can't ever get off psychic amplification because they just stop it. So it's like
all is dust, baby.
Yeah, so they just have so much against us that it's an uphill battle from the start against a Thousand Suns player.
I've never played it, but have you heard of the Liam Hackett build?
Mm-mm.
So he's a very well-known Australian tournament player. And this guy, he's been on the Art of War podcast and stuff, but he basically takes it's 5 max squads. I think it's 3 10-mans of rubrics and 2 or 3 10-mans of the Terminators. I can't remember which. 2 rhinos, some characters. He does Cult of Time, which and then he just stacks like CP, so he has just like 14 CP throughout the game, basically, like not including what you get, but he's got like a warlord trait that actually regens it. So he's got like a ton, right? Like he does not care about spending anything. So he does all is dust all the time. So if you fire at anything with like more than 1 damage, he gets -1 damage. He brings whatever their version of the apothecary is. I think it's their one of their HQs. I cannot remember. But then with Cult of Time, you get to res 2 models, not 1 model. So if you kill a Terminator through the -1 damage, the +1 save, the ignoring AP 1 and 2, he then reses up to 2 of them a turn. He has to spend a CP or 2 to do it, but like I just said, he does not care. Like he has so much CP, he's drowning in it. I think he said his average is like 19 a game. He gets 19 CP a game, including what he gets, you know, each turn, plus his regen, plus when he starts.
Run that guy, because that's the same. It's almost the same as Black Templar, right? Because they have the 0 CP return your Lord of Feast that has the -1 damage every single turn. So it's like anytime you see, like, an our apothecary fucking sucks, like compared to all these other people's apothecaries.
That's another thing that I wanted to actually bring up is like we didn't get any of those, you know, like upgrades. Like we don't get Master of Sanctity, we don't get Chief Apothecary, we don't get like Selfless Healer, we don't get Chief Librarian, which kind of makes sense because we're an army of librarians. So that one, like, okay, whatever, but like why can't I have a baller ass apothecary? Why can't I be like bringing guys back for no CP and healing every turn? Or if you want to make it a power, we could do that too. Like we can play that game, but can I at least do that? Can I please do this?
That would be cool. If you could heal, bring one back, and make it a power, that would be insane. But what, I don't know. It's like our apothecary does hit like a truck though. So if you do get into combat with him, he is gonna probably kill you.
But his weapon skill, if I remember right, was actually dropped from 2 to 3. Because in 8th,
I didn't. Was it 2?
Yeah,
I didn't play 8th.
I'm pretty.
So I don't know what it was.
Okay, so in 8th it was 2, and I'm pretty sure that that's right, and I'm sure chat will correct me if I'm wrong, but it was 2, which is why everybody ran him with a hammer, which is why mine has a hammer.
Yeah,
is because you could just put 10 points on him. He was already pretty cheap at like 75 points or 80 points. Yeah. So you make him like 90 points, and he's actually really scary in combat.
What I did was one last blade thing was I brought the 75-point apothecary, gave it the deep strike within 3, and then fucking 13 mortal wounds to the dude. Like we lost inner fire. Yeah, that sucks.
Inner fire was so hilarious.
And I came back to that. Like that was brand new to me. I'm gonna get a beer, but keep talking. I can hear you.
All right. I used to run Inner Fire on Drago because he has so many wounds. So if he if he took 1 wound, who cares? Marsha, hello. Are you still there, Shazzy? You got any more shade to throw at either of us? Any more questions from anybody, please? Like,
I like the Slayer of Sasha. That's fucking hilarious.
What's that?
The Slayer of Sasha. That's fucking hilarious.
Slayer of Sasha. You should reach out and like let him know. It's 3+ now, but I think it was 2+ in 8th. In fact, hold on. Now I'm really. I will actually switch over.
You have the book.
So I'm going to switch over to Battlescribe here, and I will actually look. So I can go to 8th... Oh, I went to the wrong thing. So I can actually go to 8th edition, right here. Go to Factions, Grey Knights, and Apothecary.
What we had back in the day as well is, I think the biggest thing that I don't like... the biggest thing that I don't like... That's ridiculous. The biggest thing that I don't like is that Terminators hit on 4s with heavy weapons. That's probably the and we lost a shot with our side cannon. Like we used to have 4 shots, now we have 3 shots.
Well,
because that's what we used to run. Is we used to
dude.
walk up the Terminators and just shoot everything. And now we can't even use Terminators. Now we can't even use heavy weapons because you just hit on 4s. Like it's so bad.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was, but there was an edition where Terminators, Stormbolters were assault, not rapid fire. So like their whole thing, right? Their dreadnought armor. They're able to just walk up the board as fast as they can, which wasn't fast, and fire as much as they possibly could. I think that's what they tried to do when they rolled it into bolter discipline, where it's like regardless of your range, you can still fire all 4 shots, right? But it's like now you can't advance and shoot, and maybe it was like assault 2, like so it was half the shots, but you could still shoot. I don't know.
So I have this old edition. This is the last time I played. This is like 6 or something. It says silencer was heavy 6, but side cannon was 2-4 rending.
Yeah, I don't.
We used to have rending side cannons.
Isn't
like
that still? That's still a thing in AOS, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Like rending.
Yeah.
So
like,
what did it used to do?
Basically, if you get 6s, it would it just did like an auto wound. So you can shoot whatever the hell you wanted, and it just auto wounded. Like it's almost like having rending Stormbolters on a Lane Raider. You just wound on 6s, it's auto rend.
Okay, so it was like our Cybolt ammunition strat, where it's like on natural hits of 6, it would auto wound. Okay.
Dude, this is so different. I'm not even gonna look at this book. This will confuse me.
It's just too much. You're like, nope.
Let's put that away. Yeah. That's done.
Yeah. Oh man. And
new to me too.
Shazzy Bear again is like jumping the gun here. He's like talking about how bad paladins are now.
Dude, hold on. Time out.
Okay.
Time out.
All right.
So we got.
Don't shoot.
This is gonna be the list. So we got why we like them, why we're playing them. We already went over that. Current meta against Grey Knights, 4 Grey Knights. We're kind of going over that now. Best lists in the meta, favorite units / strats, fun lists, which is going to be a shit ton of paladins, a shit ton of crow, a shit ton of purifiers.
Yeah, for sure.
Nerf, the question, and then new missions 2020. So that's going to be kind of like what we're going to be talking about. But we're going to be talking about paladins like a fucking shit ton because I love paladins.
Me too, man.
And I'm hopefully going to get them to work.
So going back,
I'm going to steal Black Templar strat and try it out with paladins.
The problem, okay, so oh man, you just like threw so much at me, and I want to like pull apart all of it. No, so all right, with Sanctuary or Warding Staves and Armored Resilience, which by the way also got a nerf. Everybody's mad about Astral Aim, but nobody talks about Armored Resilience because it used to be, for anybody who remembers, -1 to be fucking wounded, which was insane. I will take that over +1 armor save any day. And that alone, if you change that power back to that alone would make people bring paladins. -1 to be wounded? Are you crazy?
Yep.
Strength 8, and now you're like, nope, you're wounding me on 3s. Like, get out of here. That would be amazing.
We need so much for it to go right. I played Paladins and Terminators 2 or 3 times, and if you miss one spell, you're fucked. Like it's not gonna be a good game. They're just gonna die. So like I missed. I don't know if you saw the game. It was against Black Templar, Brian, who one-shotted 5 Paladins with a sweep attack from his Black Templar Grandmaster. Like he just walked up and just killed 5 Paladins
from Hellbreaks.
Yeah, because I didn't have the 4 Bimbon save. So
that is one of the.
I missed 1 power, and now I'm dead.
Yeah.
So there's so much psychic offense or defense against us that they can stop one of our best powers, and then the unit kind of goes to shit.
So I want to address a question in chat real quick. So Peter is asking, is there a way to build Grey Knights without Dread Knights? He says he hates the models, which, okay, fair. I love them, but it's not for everyone. And so he then goes on to ask, I want a classic list with Terminators and Librarians, etc. And obviously you can build that list. Is it competitive? I don't think so. There are a number of reasons why, and I can get into that if you all want. But to answer the first part of that question, I did an interview on my channel recently with Stuart Trainer, who is a very good, I think he was the #1 Grey Knight player in last year in Australia. So this guy knows. Nice. I think he took 3rd in 2020. I think he took 3rd with 8th edition Grey Knights. That's how good he is. Okay. He has had success lately with an all power armor list, except for three characters that are in Terminator armor. So it's not really what you're looking for, my man, with more Terminators. But it is a list with 0 Dread Knights in it. And I think he and I speak for almost 3 hours. So if you have any questions on how to run that, that's probably a great place to start.
So I made a list. It's called 70 Marines. And it's basically 70.
Is that the one that
Marines?
Is that the one that you sent me earlier?
I don't think I sent you this one.
No, you
it basically doesn't have a Dread Knight.
Okay, you sent me one with 3 Dreads and a Land Raider. But please,
yeah, I'm gonna test that out.
Yeah,
there's so many lists I made in the past like 3 days because of Christmas. But this one has, so the thing with Dread Knights is they're your anti-tank. They're your like killing Contemptor Dreads, because Contemptor Dreads are weakness because they're toughness 7. They have shit ton of wounds, -1 damage. So how do you kill those? And if you get into,
do you mean Contemptors or Redemptors?
Is it Contemptor? I mix up the names all the time. Okay. I know it's the really fat ones that Space Marines have.
So those are 13 wounds, toughness 7. Yeah, those are Redemptors.
They have 3 damage.
Yeah, the Contemptors are 9 wounds, which is their big downfall. They're way smaller. Like the model is dinky next to
mortal wound damage. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
That's all my meta is either those guys or the big dreadnoughts. Like it's so the little guys are fine because if you're in Tides of Shadows, you just ignore the -1 AP. Yeah. But the big guys are the ones that you have to figure out how to kill them. So if you have them in your meta, you have to bring either hammers, you have to bring side cannons, you have to like strat around it to try and do it. Because I assaulted one time halberds into it, and I'm still winning on 5s. If you don't get any 6s, it's gonna live. So you're just gonna get one-shotted by the dread. So you're gonna die. So it's like your whole army of regular dudes are not gonna get past these dreadnoughts. So that's the biggest question you have to ask is like, how am I gonna kill these dreadnoughts? And the other thing is like, I made a list specifically focused on missions. Like in 9th edition, it's all about secondary missions. It's all about getting points. It's all about holding objectives. So you can literally play an entire game without getting on the other side, other opponent's table quarter. And if you want to play that meta, don't run the Dread Knights. Like you can literally just hide behind buildings, hide behind cover, move, shoot, jump with your interceptors, like stay in the middle of the board. And like you can do a lot of stuff without Dread Knights. But most of the time you have to be able to kill the Dread Knights. That's why we need, or Dreadnoughts. That's why we need the Dread Knights.
Yeah.
So that's my take on that. But yeah, I made a 70 with 2 rhinos.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong. And Peter goes on to say that he finds power armor only to be an abomination. I've read the lore. I feel like that's a little strong. I do miss my Terminators though. Like the models are great. I love that idea of like a unmovable brick. And then Peter goes on to say like, you know, Dark Angels, Death Guard, and 1K Suns have just like amazing Terminators. And then ours are almost as expensive as Death Guard, not as good, don't have bodyguard, don't have -1 damage. Like, yeah, they have like psychic, but you're just gonna cast hammerhand. Let's be honest, because hammerhand is incredible.
Well, you can't cast anything else.
Well, they could cast smite, right? But like rerolling all wounds is very good.
So good.
There's no way around that. But
you know who else has that?
Drukari for like 1 fucking CP. Oh yeah, no, that's true. That's absolutely true. But yeah, so the problem is, and if you've watched my video again, I'm gonna plug this a lot. But the problem with Grey Knights, it's not that Grey Knights have a problem. We're very competitive. We're very good. I'm not gonna say that we aren't. But the problem is, I think that there were some design cues that were missed that could have made Grey Knights more fun and more viable for a wider range of builds. But those points were missed, and I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that our Terminators are so damned expensive. So either they need to be made better, like just given an inherent 4-up invul, or they need to be dropped in points. That's the way I feel. Like, you're not gonna see Terminators run unless like power armor increases to like 26 points or something, and then you might see Terminators being run. But if that happens, I think we'll just not see Grey Knights run almost at all. Yeah.
It's such a 6 eggs, 12 eggs. Like, you can literally run 2 strikes compared to 1 Terminator, and it's the same stats. The only thing they get is the invul and save innately, which most of the time they're just not gonna, like, you have double the body count, more wounds.
Yeah.
And it's like, why would I sacrifice 2 models compared to 1 just because I think it's cool? And I do think it's cool. I have 50 Terminators sitting on the shelf that aren't doing anything right now. It's sad because I love them and I ran them all back in the day. But now it's like I have to buy. I've just put together 10 more interceptors, like yesterday, because that's the meta.
Yeah. I built 20 interceptors before my last tournament, and I built them with swords. And I ran them at the tournament, and they were fine. Like, they actually did great. I ran into nothing but Space Marine players, so it was fine.
Okay. Not bad. Yeah.
But I just built 20 more with halberds.
There you go.
So I gotta.
All mine are with halberds.
Like, I gotta paint them all and everything.
I shaved down the bottom hand. You know how like they all hold them 2 hands?
Yes.
I hate that. Like,
Thank
it's
you.
the hardest thing to do. So I shaved down the bottom hand, and I just use the top hand. And they're all holding 1 halberd with 1 hand, and the other one's holding the Stormbolter. It's just so much easier to model, to sculpt, to do all that stuff.
Yeah. No, I've been doing that too for a long time, and I don't know why. Like, I saw a post on the Grey Knights Facebook group 2 or 3 days ago where this guy is asking, like, how the hell do you deal with these 2-armed, like, how do you pose this shit? It's stupid. And I'm like, you cut off the bottom hand, you file it down, and then if there's like a divot in it, you could fill that with green stuff if you're really feeling froggy, or you can just leave it because no one will notice. Yeah, I don't do that either. I think that's just like plus there's those like cool poses where they're like leaning forward with like, it's way better than them standing there with the I'm trying to find my model. So, all of mine are out in my garage, so if I go do that, I'll be gone for a while.
Hopefully this isn't blurry. Let me know if you can see this.
Everything you have, sir, is blurry.
So he's got like a halberd in the...
Yeah. And he's like...
holding it behind him.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Right? That's one.
Yeah.
This one, same thing. This is like my favorite pose. He's literally just like aiming and holding it behind him.
So I try not to do that pose only because the halberd sticks out far enough. It makes like moving the bases a little wonky.
And then this guy just kind of like standing there saying like, you shall not pass.
So a bunch of mine are like that, basically. Where they've got him upright, almost like a kind of parade like formation. It's almost...
What I noticed was what screwed me in tournaments is they go based off the model. So when I started going back to tournaments in this edition, everything's based off the model. Line of sight is like the sword, the halberd, whatever
Yeah.
it may be. So some line are like in cool ass poses, like halberd over the head, like going like this, and it's fucking like this high off the model.
Yeah.
So
That's
through
actually
the window, they see it, and I'm like, well, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
yeah. So
So
on my
every single model you just saw, they're all down. Every
yeah,
single sword is down.
like on my Grandmaster, I built this thing, right? So it'll just like snap off and on.
Yeah.
But I made it so that it's still short, and it will be bright gold, obviously. And it'll make it very obvious to my opponent that that's a Grandmaster, but it also isn't like a giant flag on their back, you know what I mean? Where it's like one of those huge standards just standing up, where it like that's a like 5.5-inch tall model, and then that would add like 3 more inches onto it, which is knight height, you know? Like that's almost like
Do you cut
Mortarian
the
or something.
sword off and turn it upside down?
Sometimes, yeah.
I
I've
did
got
that on
all my
one of
stuff
Grandmasters, it
magnetized,
looks
so
sick.
yeah. I've got all of my weapon options magnetized, so I can
Nice.
flip the sword backwards or whatever. Yeah,
Yeah.
I also play Death Watch, and they have so many options for all of their weapons that I was like, fuck that. I started magnetizing right off the bat. So my entire Death Watch army is completely magnetized. All the Marines,
Nice.
all the Terminators, all the like everything. Because there's no way I'm gonna go buy 500 Death Watch veterans to try to account for half of the total weapon combos I could possibly have. Like, I'm just not doing it. That's
I mean,
insane.
that's why I just put halberds on everybody, because it's just like it's more consistent, I guess. But like you said, if you see all Marines, it's like, yeah, the swords will be better. But if I don't see Marines, I see.
So when I was talking to Stuart Trainer, he actually like brought up a really great point. I love this. Is that he said on his strikes he runs nothing but swords, and it's because his strikes get hammerhand. So if you run into a Plague Burst Crawler or whatever tank, and you're rolling 5s, like, yeah, you're rolling 5s, but you're rolling 5s re-rolling all your missed wounds. And if you're running into Space Marines, like, guess what? Now you're slapping them onto -3 AP for a 6-up save. That's a terrible place. They don't want that. Like, a 5-up is quite literally, mathematically, 100% better than a 6-up. So that extra AP is actually really good. But if you don't have Hammerhand, like on our Interceptors, the halberds are better into a wider array of opponents. So I'm going with that. Like, once he said that, I was like, oh, that makes a ton of sense, right?
That makes so much sense.
So like, I'm not gonna send in a strike squad unless I have to that doesn't have Hammerhand. I'm just not going to do it, right? So I'm gonna slap them all with swords.
Just in the backfield. So whatever I have kitted on them, they just, all right, cool. They're in the backfield. If you get to them, I probably fucked up, or like there's something wrong with my strikes. Most of the time, if you deep strike, I'm deep striking the interceptor squad behind a building, so that way next turn they hop out 12 and just do whatever they got to do.
Yeah, the Interceptors have the biggest glow up. I mean, the Dread Knights are what everybody's like, oh my god, I hate these things, but the Interceptors had the biggest glow up of the whole book, man. I saw that book, I bought those models, I built those things, and with one wound, they were so fucking awful and so expensive, and they died to like a stiff breeze or a bad fart, and now man, with all the powers and like the Brotherhood stuff, right? So like a Rapier's Interceptor squad is gonna do what, 21 attacks with master crafted weapons?
I was talking to a buddy of mine, and he thinks that the Prescient would be better because it's the same CP. CP, you get +1 attack. you know, but you could do the prescient and you get to reroll ones to hit and wound. So if you're not by a grandmaster,
Where are you getting the
you're charging
extra?
in.
Where are you getting the extra attack? So
No, you lose out on the attack.
I actually
So, like,
run
you-
prescient, brethren,
So do
in
I.
my okay. So yeah,
I ran rapier the past
I
two
see. You lose
times, though,
one.
and-
I got you now.
Yeah, so basically the prescient
Sorry
1
about that.
CP. You just shot a gem in the shooting phase when Prescient Brotherhood and Army select the shoot in the fight phase, or in the fight phase when the
Yeah.
Prescient Brotherhood until the end of the phase. Each time a model in the unit makes an attack, reroll an attack roll of 1 and a wound roll of 1. So basically, you're
Yeah.
rerolling attacks and wounds of 1, which is
For
better
1 CP.
statistically than for 1 CP rather
Yeah.
than the exploding 6s.
So if you
So,
have
like-
the book out, I want you to go look at Sword Brethren, their stratagem, which is 2 CP to reroll ones to hit, not wound, ones to hit in ranged combat only. And I'm like, who the fuck wrote this book?
It's some of these like you'll never see, and I've tried some of them. I tried to give them a chance, and it's just there's only like 3 good ones that you really want to run.
Yeah.
Maybe four. Like I don't run Sword Bearers, but Sword Bearers is good.
It's so good.
I really like Blades of Victory. If I'm gonna run 2 Grandmasters. I really like Prescient just for the +1 CP, and Rapiers is just one of the best. But I think over Rapiers, I might just go Prescient from now on. And just bring a Tech Priest to get me the 1 CP every single turn.
Yeah, so, I mean, I know it's on our list of stuff to talk about. Let's see. Let me look
We've
through
already
the...
skipped like 15 times.
I know. I mean, this is a conversation, right? It's fluid. It's dynamic.
Right?
Yeah,
exactly.
So let me see. Shazzy said they're already running 3 Dread Knight. Oh, actually, Peter asks, what is gonna happen when Games Workshop nerfs Dread Knights? So I know this is one of the things we wanted to talk about. I know we have some opinions on it. But I'll let you take the reins on this one, Derek.
Nerfing meaning that we're going to get points increase, or we're not going to be able to run 5?
However you think they may get nerfed. Like,
so I've already been testing out that we're not going to be able to run 2 Brotherhoods per army list. So if you can only run 1 Brotherhood, I've just been testing out 1 Brotherhood with 4 Dread Knights. So I'll run the Grandmaster and 3 Dread Knights with like 30 interceptors. And I feel like if I lose out on 1 Dread Knight, like let's say it goes up in points, I could lose 1 Dread Knight and maybe add more interceptors or add more strikes or add another Tech Priest or whatever it may be.
Some purifiers or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's going to be a huge change, especially if you start practicing now. The only thing that's going to change is I'm going to have 1 Grandmaster sitting on my shelf, never ever being used ever again because I had 5 and now I only can run 4. But besides that, I think if we start getting used to it now, it won't slap us in the face in the future. Yeah. So I think if you start running 4, if not 3, like I made so many lists over the weekend of just running 3, replace it with people that are going to be in that slot of what it does. And what it does is it kills tanks. And it hits really good in combat.
At range. Like I think
at
that's
range. That's the thing.
Exactly. Yeah. I think like that's an important
at range. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. So like what I would
Dreadnought. Try a Dreadnought.
You
try this.
Cannot try a Dreadnought.
They're so good though.
No, like they are, but they aren't. Like that's the thing, right?
Yes.
Is a normal Dreadnought. I'm specifically talking about not a venerable Dreadnought. Okay. Is actually not that great. For 10 points more or 15 points more, you make them venerable. They get +1 more to hit. They get that sweet, like, 6-0 Feel No Pain, which doesn't sound that great, but is actually pretty damn clutch to just ignore 16% of all the damage that actually comes at you. That's like, that's increasing its wound count by 16%. That's nuts, right? So, I don't, like, you just can't bring a normal dreadnought, and you want to bring a normal one because then it gets its brotherhood of powers, and if you bring a venerable one, it has honored knight, which we already talked about briefly, and it can't use brotherhood powers. So it's like, the best thing I could think of for a venerable dreadnought is it sits on a backfield with missile launcher and las cannon. It toes out so it can see stuff, and it shoots, and then its psychic power is purifying ritual, and that's 145 points to do that. I'd rather just have a 110 point strike squad that doesn't sit there. Yeah, actually, probably. But I like
170.
I'd rather spend 110 points for a strike squad and have them sit there completely out of line of sight and do the same damn thing and still like grant me points, right? I just don't. Like, right now, until they give the benefit of 2 Honored Knight, I just don't see Dreadnoughts being good, or they have to nerf Dread Knights into oblivion. If they do that, though, I don't think Grey Knights have a lot of play. Like, Stuart Traynor is doing very well with that power armor list, but he also straight up said, like, this is a very high skill ceiling list. He's like, I have to play cagey as hell. I have to know what my opponent's thinking, what they're gonna do. So for most of us, like me, I'm a new player. I'm gonna get absolutely massacred if I run nothing but power armor.
And you're gonna waste a lot of money buying that list, you know.
Too late.
So it's like but it's like such a deterrent. Like, oh, you only need 70 Marines to be good at Grey Knights, you know. So like, no, you only need really 2 Dread Knights and a bunch of Marines and maybe some Terminators. Like, you can run a fun Grey Knight list and do well. That's basically what the army is. You don't, like, in the competitive scene, you might need more Interceptors or more Dread Knights, but honestly, if you look at the book, let's say they nerf the Dread Knight, like, more points, you can take out one of the Dread Knights, add a regular Dreadnought or a Venerable Dreadnought. But if you add a regular Dreadnought, you can put a multi-melta with a close combat weapon, walk it up next to, like, your little Grandmaster and your Terminators or Paladins. Like, I'm trying to make that list now, but 2 Dread Knights behind it, and they reroll 1s to wound. So you have your Grandmaster, which they reroll 1s to hit, and then now everything within 6 inches they reroll 1 to wound. So your 2 Dread Knights and your unit of Paladins or Terminators are rerolling everything.
Yeah.
So it's like, it has its like buffs, but of course not. It's not as good as a fucking Dread Knight. Like, nothing's as good as a Dread Knight.
It's true, and that's the thing. Like, but so what you're saying there, yeah, and I'm not trying to say don't try out stuff. Like, and I'm not trying to say don't run the stuff that you want to run. Okay, I'm not trying to be like a dick. I'm just trying to say, like, there's a reason in the competitive meta that we're only seeing really 2 data sheets that are brought as much, well, 3 technically if you include the Grandmaster as its own, but like, right? Like, the Codex won out on 3 data sheets: Nemesis Dread Knight, Grandmaster in Nemesis Dread Knight, and Interceptors, because everything else, like, the strikes are very good. Honestly, probably the best fucking troop in the game for point, right? 22 points. Yeah. Rerolling all wounds, mastercrafted like weapons were very, very good. But like, when you compare and contrast to the Dread Knight and the Interceptor, it just falls on its face. You can't just bring 100 fucking like strike squads and win the game.
This is the argument I have.
Or 100 strike Marines.
It with. Like we have a book that's limited. Like, we didn't get any new models in the release. We might have got a new character here and there, but there's nothing new in the book. So we're limited to what we have.
Crow was a new model, but not a new not a new character, and his data sheet's way better. But because Crow was awful.
Face with a melta gun and he dies. Like, his thing is being in melee, and if he can't get into melee, he dies, which has happened every single time I run Crow. Like, if you're playing a good player, like Sasha or
just shoot
the
him.
Eldar player, they just shoot him. Yeah, they're just like, you know what? I'm gonna shoot Crow in the face. I'm like, yeah, but he's like, no, I'm just gonna shoot him in the face. I'm like, yeah, but no, I'm just gonna shoot him in the face, and then he fucking dies. I'll miss a 4-up invul, and he doesn't have -1 damage. Like, he just literally dies. So,
yeah. I mean,
but what new models?
that's Melta, like, though, right? Like
think about a Space Marine. Think about a Space Marine codex. Think about a Dark Eldar codex. Think about like the Custodes codex. Even they have fucking more units that they can take, rather than just us. You know, so it's like we're limited to good shit, 3 things. Okay shit, 5 things. Like, who wants to run a 360-point Storm Raven that gets blown up in 1 turn? Who wants to run a 290-point Land Raider that is literally going to get blown up in 1 turn? There's nothing else that we have that is going to replace it. So if they nerf it or get it more points, okay, I can understand that. But what are you doing to a Grey Knight player? You're basically just slapping him in the face.
So we have Shazzy here saying that losing 2 detachment of Brotherhoods doesn't really make any sense with Drago buffing everybody and then running 1 Grandmaster Dread Knight and 3 normal Dreads makes it really the same problem, and basically that doesn't actually nerf Dreads, or I think he means Dread Knights. And then he goes on to say that Brad Chester on the Art of War podcast kind of spills the beans about like potential upcoming nerfs, and that he thinks that Dreads will be limited to 3 total. So what that effectively means is, for the rule of 3, Grandmasters and normal Dread Knights would end up counting as the same datasheet. And I think that there are other data sheets in the game that already do this. So this isn't new or wild or crazy. I think this is honestly the most elegant solution. It will totally limit every Grey Knight army to bringing 3 of your choice. You can bring 3 normal ones, 2 Grandmasters and a normal one, or whatever, right? It will still keep the Dread Knights at the same price. It will still keep them very good. You can still bring a Sword Brothers or Sword Bearers detachment with 3 of them, of the normal ones. And then they're gonna, if you have a Tech Marine nearby, they're gonna hit on 2s. They can reroll 1s from Drago or a Grandmaster or whatever is nearby, right? Very good still. But it isn't, it's gonna give us points to take other stuff. But we can already only take 30 interceptors, right? And most of our lists already are. So I think that if that happens, like if they say, hey, you can only bring 3 Dread Knights and nothing else happens, I don't think I don't think Grey Knights will be competitive. Like, there will be people doing okay with them, just fine. Like, but I'm not Stuart Traynor. Right? I'm not like Richard Siegler. So, you know, how do we... My long-winded point here is, how do we bring everything into balance where you get to pick the things that you want to play versus the things that are obviously the standout winners? And again, I want to make this obvious. Like, we're very good. Grey Knights are doing very well. I'm not saying we aren't. But I want to see Terminator lists. I want to see more Purifiers. I want to see that Storm Raven not just like kick ass at a tiny tournament in Sweden, right? Because there was a guy that actually won a GT, I think it was in Sweden, and he brought a Storm Raven. But I can't help but wonder if that wasn't a tilt thing. Like, no one was ready for a multi-melta assault gun missile spamming Storm Raven to just kill your characters. And I think we have lost Derek. So that's fun. You guys get to see me twice now.
Sorry, I lost you.
You lost me, or
So with Discord, I don't know what it is. It shuts off after, I don't know, an hour,
really?
like every single time.
Oh,
So let me see if I can extend it. Pop out.
weird. I haven't had that, but
So last thing I heard was bringing a Storm Raven and winning a GT.
yeah. Anyway, it was just a long-winded like tirade. I want to see the rest of our stuff be good, and that stuff can become good either by making the Brotherhoods worth a shit, right? Because again, I mentioned this in my video, right? Like, if you look at orc clan cultures, if you look at admech like Forge Worlds, if you look at the Sisters Orders, if you look at all of these new codexes, when they chose their order or their clan or whatever, they got huge passive buffs. Drukhari, for God's sake, right?
Black Templar.
Well, they get to pick their, yeah. I mean, that's a little different because it's Space Marines, but my point is they get this huge bunch of passive buffs for taking, like, we are our own codex. I guess black Templars are too. They're not
No. They
a
still have the
supplement,
Space
right?
Marine stuff. Yeah.
Anyway, like, if you had Swordbearers gave a 5-up invul to all vehicles, I know that that's a blanket statement, but like, my point is, you might see more Swordbearers lists that run Rhinos and Land Raiders and Storm Ravens, because you're going to give an inherent defensive bonus to these otherwise very expensive, not the Rhino, but very expensive units, right? And that's kind of their downfall. Like, if you look at Deathwatch lists right now, we see a lot of Deathwatch lists bring 6 Redemptors and 6 Contemptors, because they can give those Dreadnoughts all a 5-up invul, which is a, plugging a gap in their defensive capabilities that you can't really do with most other chapters.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that
that's the biggest thing.
Yeah. If you
like,
see the
they all
land,
have so many different options. We don't.
well, if you see the Land Raider, right? 265 base points. You throw some multi-melta on there, it's 290, 285. And what do you get for that? Yeah, it's got a shitload of wounds and it's T8. Great. What else do you get for that? Well, it's still hitting on 3s. It doesn't have an invul. It's got a 2-up, which is, very good. But if you get hit with any, plasma in, like, Devastator Doctrine, you don't even get a save. They just die. I'm saying that if like, they had given a Brotherhood a passive to buff up the negative of a Land Raider, maybe you'd see some people taking that Brotherhood and some Land Raiders, right? I don't know. I just...
Yeah.
Like,
instead of just getting a power, you think they should get a passive as well?
Well, I mean, look at these other armies. Like, straight up, go, like, look at the Orc Codex. If you pick Blood Axes, or you pick Freebooters, or you pick Goths, like, you get different bonuses. And I know somebody's gonna mention, like, oh, Grey Knights are basically just Space Marines, and you guys get, the Space Marine. And it's like, no, we don't. Like, we don't get to take Intercessors or Eradicators or Infiltrators or anything. I mean,
we get Tides.
No, Tides are good. Like, I'm not trying to say, like, what we got was garbage. It's obviously not. We're doing very well. Like, you can make things work. I mean, like, just
for, like, the Brotherhood.
I mean, for a play style thing. Okay? So, like, say, like, I like to play very defensively. So say I took a Brotherhood that buffed up my Terminators, made them very hard to kill, but maybe I couldn't use Tide of Celerity or, whatever other, like, negative I get. But my bonus is I get to play the game I like to play in the playstyle I like. But then maybe Blades a victory gets some, advance in charge or some other huge aggressive bonus where like you lose a defensive bonus and you gain this like massive offensive bonus, right? Which makes sense for the lore based on each individual brotherhood, but then also allows the player themselves to pick a playstyle that they really like. And I know we're always going to get the competitive choice, right? Like folks that are out there making things work. Like for Drew Kari, you always saw Cult of Strife. And then when it first came out, you saw Dark Technomancers, which were fucking ridiculous, you know, and now we're on like Thick City. I just wish the Brotherhoods provided other opportunities for playstyle choices. Not necessarily like this is the best one, which will always happen, but like, oh, you like Terminators because that's one of your 8 data sheets. Here, go play Terminators really well. Have a great time playing Terminators, but we don't get that.
Yeah,
that's all.
Yeah, I mean, that's just changing the whole codex at that point. It's like now we have to wait till 10th edition to get a new codex.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not so like starry-eyed that I don't realize like because when we see the balance decisions that Games Workshop has made so far, it's either taking away core or adding core, or it's like increasing or decreasing points. That one's really easy and obvious, but they don't ever really, like when the freebooters orcs were so disgusting, you didn't see them change the clan culture, right?
Yeah,
because they're probably like, no, we don't, that's so integral to that like type of orc, we don't want to change it. So instead they made it so you can only take so many buggies, right? So I suspect we'll probably see balance like that, where it's like you can only take so many Dread Knights.
And I didn't even think about that 3 thing. I think I heard it once, but like just having 3 Dread Knights is now I have 2 Dread Knights that I have to sell instead of 1 Dread Knight I have to sell. So it's like it's literally just like you're making me sell my army because you're limiting me to 3 Dread Knights. But it might be cool because then you could test out 2 Brotherhoods still. Like you could still bring 2 Grandmasters, which just beef out the most you can with the Grandmasters, and have 1 Dread Knight to kind of like be in Blaze of Victory to get up with your other Grandmaster to try and salt turn 1. Like there's some play you can do with that, but it also does limit. Like I would probably start running regular HQs and just bring 3 Dread Knights and just kind of have them like sit in a pod next to a Drago or a Tech Marine or 2 Tech Marines or even 3 Tech Marines. Like just have 3 Tech Marines walk up with 3 Dread Knights and just kind of have interceptors run around everywhere. So it plays in different factors. I don't think it's still gonna be competitive. Like going down to 5 to 3, it's a huge nerf. But I still think you can make it competitive. Like 30 interceptors, I just ran it for the first time at the last tournament, and I can't run less than 25, amazing. Man. I can't do it.
Tournament.
It wasn't at a tournament. I ran it. Wait, was it at the tournament? Was my video at the tournament 30 interceptors?
I don't remember. Honestly remember, but like I love them so much. I can't run less than 20. Or dude, I ran 25.
I ran it for the first time, 30 interceptors, and I felt like I was cheating. I was like, this is fucking ridiculous.
It's so good.
How did I never run this ever again? Like, because I think 20 was the most I ran before this. And they would like hop out, they would get an objective and they would die. They would hop out, get an objective, they would die. And then by turn 2, or 3, I like they were all over the place. But when you have 30, oh my god, it's like it's never ending. Movement 12, -2 damage, 2, like it is insanely good.
Yeah.
So every list I have, it's like I'm trying to get 30 interceptors in there.
Yeah, man. I mean, like we said, if they nerf if they nerf Dread Knights, you can only bring 3. It just means you have enough points to see every competitive Grey Knights list bring 30 interceptors, because it was Matthew Green who won a GT. I was interviewing him, and he said that in this codex, you effectively have 2 sliders. You have a a Dread Knight slider and an Interceptor slider, and you're basically picking which one you want to bring more of, and there's not a lot of ways you can bring the max of all of them, right?
Yep.
So it's because they're the standout winners. They just are. Even not in Sword Bearers, a normal ass Dread Knight with no close combat weapon, no teleporter, is 155 points and puts out the shooting of a Redemptor with 13 wounds, more movement, and a 4-up invul. Like, of course we're going to bring as many of those as we possibly can, as long as it's at all efficient. That's nuts.
I think the 4-up invuln is what kind of pushed them over the top, honestly. Like, they had the 5-up invuln last time, and they just died. Now with the 4-up invuln, it's like 50%. They just don't take any damage.
But I've also had games where,
change.
like 4-up is swinging, right? It's like 50-50. And I've had games where, like, my Dread Knights don't die, and then I've had games where they just evaporate. Like, same. Why did I even bring them? Because I didn't make the saves.
My Grandmaster with a 3++ died on turn 1. I didn't even get to use them.
-1 damage is way more
games like that.
Is way more reliable, obviously, because it's just straight up -1 damage.
Yeah.
But the invul does give you those situations where you get, like, I had one Grandmaster get shot by like 6 Melta. I think it was a squad of 3 Eradicators, so 6, and then it got shot by like a multi-Melta from a normal Dreadnought in one of the games I played, so 8 total Melta shots, and I failed like 1 of the invuls or something. And it's like, that's just not really the way it's supposed to go, but sometimes it's a math, like, it's a die game, man.
You look at the dice and you just say, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like,
and I
like, there's nothing else to say.
Like, I laughed. It's like, that's insane, but also now you have to deal with my Dread Knight on your, like, on my turn, right? Because he's coming at you.
And now you're fucked.
Yeah.
Oh my god. So I guess we can get it. Do you have lists? Like, do you have fun lists that you made recently?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So one of the things that I love here, I'll switch over to you.
I have a list that I want to try out. This is the Lane Raider I was talking about.
Okay, yeah. I'll let you go first then. So I've got it up here.
All right. So I got Blades of Victory detachment. I have Tech Marine, Crow, and a Dread Knight. Dread Knight has everything on it.
Crow is
Vanguard
down
aggression, so he gets to move up 6 inches. Crow's going to be in the Lane Raider, obviously.
Yeah, I think you have a new version, because my list that you gave me doesn't have Crow, but we'll just roll with it. It's fine.
I've made 12 lists in the past 3 days.
Yeah, no, I know, man. I'm always making lists.
Insane.
I'm always making lists.
So I really want to try this list out, but I was thinking like either Crow or like a normal Brotherhood champion, which I'm going to start running Brotherhood champions maybe more now, because I made a really cool looking one. So I really want to put it on the table.
Well, you know that first model syndrome, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like I built it out. Like I really want to play it.
He's just gonna die.
Yeah, he's just gonna die. But so Crow, Tech Marine, and Dreadnought. Now the strategy is there's a Land Raider. They have Foretelling a Locust, so you can redeploy your Dreadknights or whatever it may be. But the Tech Priest gives the 2-up to the Land Raider, and then moves up with it. Like basically runs behind the Land Raider to like repair it if it needs to. It also puts the Sanctuary on the Land Raider. So now the Land Raider's on the middle table with a 4-up invuln save and 2-up to hit with a multi-melta. So it has a multi-melta, and it's a Crusader, so it has the guns on it.
It's got the heavy side cannons or whatever. Is that what the Crusader has?
That's the Banisher, I think. Okay. The Crusader has the Hurricane Bolters. So it's got Hurricane Bolters, Assault Cannon, and I paid for the multi-melta. So turn 1, it's literally sitting in the middle of the table on a 4-up invuln save and a hitting on 2s with the shots. Then behind that, you have 2 Dread Knights walking up behind it. You have your Grandmaster right behind that, so the Dread Knights are rerolling, 1s to hit. And then there's 15 interceptors, all combat squatted inside the Land Raider with Crow. So
can it carry 15 or 12?
it can carry 16.
Oh, what a weird number. But okay.
I know. So you have 15 interceptors and Crow inside this fucking Land Raider in the middle of the table. And since you have the Blades of Victory, you have your Grandmaster up 6 inches further, and then another 9 because he moves. But then you also have a unit of 10 interceptors moving up 6 at the beginning of the table, and then another 12 after that. So they're going to be charging turn 1. So turn 1, you have interceptors charging, and then you have your Grandmaster putting out like some psychic powers and shots. You have 2 Dread Knights behind him putting out shots. And you have a Land Raider with 15 interceptors inside it.
How are you charging turn 1 with interceptors? Because if the...
So, you ready?
So if the transport... All right, let me just set this up. And maybe maybe you can knock me down.
Interceptors.
Right.
25 interceptors.
Yeah. But like maybe... So maybe you can knock me down here. The Land Raider moves up. When a transport moves, all of the embarked units count as having moved. You can't then disembark them until the next turn because they lost the assault ramp rule. So you can't get out on the turn that they move. That's only impulsors now. And if you do, they still can't charge the turn that they get out, if I remember right. So how are you charging out of the Land Raider turn 1?
Yep. So what you do is, since the Vanguard aggression lets you move a core unit within 9 inches of you, 6 inches before the game. You have a unit of 10 interceptors outside the Land Raider.
I got you.
You have 15 inside the Land Raider. You have Crow inside the Land Raider.
I'm tracking.
The Grandmaster moves up 6. A unit of 10 move up 6. You can have 5. You can combat squad them if you want. But you have Grandmaster and a unit move up, and now the unit moves up another 12. So that's basically 18 inches across the table. They are at turn 1. They cast their psychic power to reroll the charges. And now turn 1, they have I believe, 7-inch charge. What's 18 minus 24?
What's
6-inch charge?
What's 18 minus 24 is -6.
So you have a 6-inch charge turn 1 if they're at the edge of their deployment zone.
All right. So I think you actually missed something here, unless I misunderstood how you're describing this. So if I remember right, Land Raiders are actually core, and I'm actually checking that right now. Because the Less Raider... Are they not core? Oh, no. Because if they were core, then they could get a bunch...
Yeah, they're not core.
Yeah.
It'd be insane if the Land Raiders could move up 16 inches. But
what I thought you meant was that you would pre-game move it like 6 inches and then get out and which gave them an extra 9 inches of movement, but that isn't the way that works. They are not core.
This will help your Land Raider survive because they have fucking 10 interceptors attacking them turn 1. So they have to deal with them, and then they have to figure out what to do with the Land Raider. And then if the Land Raider survives, because it has a 4-up invuln save, or you can put the 4-up invuln save on the unit. So what I was thinking is, like, you can bring a Sword Bearer and put the 4-up invuln save psychic power on the Land Raider, and then put the Sanctuary on the interceptors. So they both have 4-up invuln saves. Yeah, that's an option.
Right.
But basically, they have 10 interceptors, turn 1, charging. We're rolling the 6-inch charge. So they have 10 interceptors. And then they have a Land Raider in the middle with 15 interceptors and Crow. That next turn, they get out 15 inches. Yeah. So the 15-inch fucking
and
get
then
out
charge.
Is insane. Yeah, and then charge. Yeah. So that's how I got Sasha, is because he had no idea that they can, like, get out that far. So basically I killed, like, Gidamon or
from the Rhino.
Yeah.
I was like, so you didn't take a Land Raider in that game, but now I remember that you had a Rhino.
A unit got out of the Rhino, I replaced it with another unit. Like, basically one unit got out, the other unit got in, and it just kept swapping to get that extra 3-inch, movement.
That's
so turn it was so good.
That's actually one of the tricks that Stuart Trainer talks about with his all power armor list, is he's like, no one shoots at a fucking Rhino unless it's the only thing they can possibly shoot at. or
Yeah.
there's a threat overload inside the rhino, right? Otherwise, no, nobody shoots at it. So what you can do is you move it up, and then on the next turn, your interceptors, who are already super fast, climb out 3 inches away from it, because that's when they get out, right? And then they have a 12-inch move, so they effectively have a 15-inch move, like you just said. And then they get to shoot. But then what you can also do is with the interceptors in the psychic phase, and this was ruled in the FAQ, you can actually do this. So you can get out, shoot, get out your psychic power for what's the shoot and move in the psychic phase?
Yeah.
I don't remember what it's called. Anyway, etheric castigation. That's what it is.
Yes.
Anyway, so you can then shoot and move in your psychic phase and get back in the rhino.
How do you get back in during the psychic phase? I thought it was at the end of the movement phase.
With the move, it allows you, and this is fact, like this is actually true in the psychic phase. So you're not embarking on the same phase that you disembarked, so you're allowed to actually re-embark. So you can get out in your movement phase, and then you, in your psychic phase, you shoot and you move back into the rhino in your psychic phase. So you can actually get the... Unfortunately, their shooting isn't... Like, I guess if you rolled around with a 10-man and used, like, psychic ammunition on them, or Psybolt ammunition on you, they could actually be a big enough threat. Right? So you got like 10 of them in there. They get out, they all shoot on their psychic phase. But yeah. It's a warp chart of 7 cast. It can fail. Or it's 6 now? Or was it always? Was it?
I think it was 6 for this book.
Oh. Anyway, that's still like, it's a little less than 50% chance to get off with 1 cast. Like, you can't count on that, right? It's not like 4 or is it 5 for psychic ritual? Man, I am really showing my ass here.
5 for psychic ritual.
I'm gonna blame this drink. There was 6 ounces of gin in this, so I
was playing castigation with 7 forever, and I never got it off. And then I read the book, and I was like, "Holy shit, it's a 6."
Maybe it was so 7 and 8th, and it went 6. Down to 6.
It might have been. I never used it though.
Yeah, that's how
but now I use it all the time, especially for engaging all fronts. Like, you don't have to shoot anything. You literally just move up 12, cast it, and then move up another 12 to get on engage. You know, so it's like,
yeah.
It's
oh
so
man,
good.
I love that fucking movement shenanigans we can do. Yeah. Oh, and then so Stuart told me about one that he does. So he runs like servitors, and so what he does is he has his interceptors rush up on their movement phase, get on an objective. For their psychic phase, they cast Purifying Ritual. Another unit gates them back, and he's moved up some
servitors
to actually sit there. So on the opponent's turn, they have to shoot the servitors, who are worthless shaft that you don't give a shit about because they're 30 points for 4 models. Because if they don't, you get 5 points. So they have to shoot them, which pisses off your opponent. And it's just like, I think that's great. That is the most trolly thing. You rush up, cast, you get your points, or your 4, you know, if it's your like a third cast, you get 4 points. It's amazing. So they rush up, cast, and then they just gate the fuck out of there. And then it's just 4 like robot morons standing on the objective, and they have to do something about it. They can't leave them there. So good.
So what I loved about that is the yo-yo effect with gate. Like, if you put, I've been running Blades of Victory for a while now, and I've been running, like, if I run 5 dreads, it'll be the 2 Grandmasters. So the 1 Grandmaster has Gem of Anaktu, which gives you +2 to cast.
Yep.
He has the Blades of Victory, so gets the extra 6-inch move in the beginning of the turn. So basically, he can move up 6 inches and then move up 9 inches and then use the 6-inch extend to make your 18-inch Empiric Amplification go off. So basically, you have such a huge threat range and so many different angles to get off Empiric Amplification, and only needing a 5 to cast it. But you roll 3 dice if you really need to. So basically, you're spending like 1 CP to extend the range, 1 CP to roll 3 dice, and then 1 CP to roll
Yeah,
two,
which is a lot
two
of CP.
powers.
Yeah.
3 CP though, you're starting at 9, you get up to 10. Or let's say you start at 7, you get up to 8. You have divination, you get up to 9, so you're back down to 6. So it's not a huge investment, but you're getting.
It is though, because in like turn 2, 3, 4, 2 sometimes, but like 3, 4 for sure, you gotta have 2 at least sitting around just to like interrupt combat. And if you don't have that, your opponent knows that and can like capitalize on it. So even if you don't want to interrupt, you kind of have to have that mind game of like having the 2 CP just in case. So like,
so yes, I agree.
Yeah.
But with this strat, you're getting off empiric amplification with your other dreads to shoot whatever the biggest threat is on the other side of the table, and you get a vortex of doom off on whatever you want to, like the closest probably physical threat that you have. So both of them are reliably going to go off, and then you have your other grandmaster behind you gate your dude that's like really close to the other team away. And you don't really need to cast the extra 6 inches if they're already on the edge. So Gazgul for the orcs.
Yeah, with his 3 damage per phase thing.
Yeah, I think it's 4 for him. It's 3 for the Necrons, but it's 4 for him. So he has 12 wounds. So what you do is, I did the same thing. I walked up. I then moved up 9. I was within 12. I had the Gem of Anaktu, so basically I didn't need the extra CP to extend the range. I casted Empiric Amplification, and then I casted Vortex of Doom. I did my whatever wounds on the psychic phase, so he did his 4 wounds, and then my shooting phase I did whatever because I shot him, and then my charge phase I had an interceptor squad charge Gazgul and killed him. Turn 1, no wah.
Yeah, so I did the
like. How do you just take away Gazgul turn 1 and don't give the fucking player a wall with Great Knight?
So I actually did the exact same thing, except it was with a Dread Knight, and I used Thundering Stride, that strat where you do you do mortal wounds in the charge phase. And so I moved up, I smote him, I did 3 or something. Anyway, I did just enough to like actually kill him in 1 turn. So I I smote him, I think, or maybe it was Vortex, I don't remember, or like 2. Anyway, in 1 turn on a long edge, I actually moved up, actually did all that stuff, charged, and I'm like, oh, I guess we don't get a fight phase because I just killed Gaz in the charge phase. And he's like, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah. Necron players think the same way. They're like, oh, my Satans are going to live forever. No, not against Grey Knights.
It's like,
Grey Knights has so many ways to get around it.
It's per phase, right? And he was like, yeah. And I'm like, perfect. Because I can do... I got 3 phases I can do damage in.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, 4 phases.
Pretty reliably, too. Yeah.
Because I got psychic, I got shooting, I got charge, and I got fight phase. I can do it all. Like, let's play.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we got way off topic, but like the list with the Land Raider, like having 15 interceptors in the middle of the table, like you're not gonna. Hopefully, you don't kill it on a 4-up invuln save with a Tech Priest right behind it. Because there's 3 dreads around it. Like there's 3 Dread Knights, so you're gonna shoot the Dread Knights, you're gonna shoot the Land Raider, and then the interceptors are in front doing their damage. Even if you want to throw 5 in turn 1, like you combat squad, throw 5 in turn 1. Now they have to deal with 5 interceptors in their front squad. If there's vehicles, you already tagged the vehicles. Like there's so much craziness going on turn 1. Like the Land Raider should survive. So then turn 2, if it survives, you're like 15 inches. You have 15 more fucking interceptors at you.
Yeah, you're kind of threat overloading them, where even though they know the Land Raider has +1 to hit, right? And then they also know it has, hopefully, a 4-up invul. Like, maybe you fuck up the cast or whatever, but like, hopefully it does, right? And then they're like, oh, but there's 3 Dread Knights behind it. I know the Dread Knights throw out a lot of shooting, and they're good in combat, so I have to deal with the Dread Knights first. But if they don't fire at your Land Raider, then it's like, surprise. You know, here's Crow, who is a fucking monster. If you can get him into combat and your opponent says, I attack Crow, you're like, excellent. Please.
You don't even care about interrupt Crow,
yeah,
because it's like you interrupt with another unit, Crow dies, he still attacks. So
he fights like... on death, so he technically actually fights before the person that killed him is done fighting. You know.
And what about like he goes first if he's in combat with a character as well, which I forgot about. So he fights first if he's
which is pretty much just a free interrupt for most things, and it will turn off fight last, which is kind of nice in its own way. But so Shazzy is saying that with the meta right now, I don't think a Land Raider can survive, but like I just said, I think that it's the threat overload. Like if you have 3 Dread Knights and 3 units of 5 interceptors, you know, up in their face turn 1, then it's like, well, what do you target? Do you target because if you don't target the Dread Knights, they're gonna shoot you, they're gonna like fire again on their next turn. If you don't target the interceptors, they're gonna be in your grill, and they're basically on the charge. They're not quite Blade Guard, but they're almost Blade Guard, but they're way faster. And if you don't shoot at the Land Raider, then you know that you have to deal with all those 15 interceptors on their next turn anyway. So it's kind of like the Land Raider gets to live through being the least dangerous opponent in that turn. Not that it's not dangerous later, but it's the least dangerous turn in that turn. So they're going to fire and charge other stuff, hopefully. And if they don't, then hell, you still have 3 Dread Knights and 15 interceptors out there. So
can you
I don't know.
So there's a couple different options. It's like if your Land Raider doesn't have a target turn 1, like because it moves 10, shoots 24 with the multi-gun. So like if it doesn't have a target turn 1, you don't need to put the +2 on it. You could put the +2 on the Grandmaster, you could put the +2 on the Dread Knight, shunt the Dread Knight up, put it in combat or range of something else. So like it doesn't have to go on Land Raider. But at least the Tech Priest is right behind the Land Raider, so that way it can repair it if it does get hurt. You have the smoke screen if it does shoot the Land Raider, so it's -1 to hit.
That's a good point.
You have the frag assault thing, so it takes D3 mortal wounds if they choose that, or they take +1 damage or something. There's like some weird strat that the Land Raiders have, like frag assault missiles. So if you charge with the Land Raiders within a certain amount of range, you can spend a CP so that it can the opponent has to choose whether it suffers D3 mortal wounds or it has to take cover, which then anything attacking that unit suffers +1 to wound. So there's a couple different options you can do with the Land Raider. And it's just fucking so big that if you have a centerpiece in the middle of the table and you just turn it, they can't get past it. So literally you're just blocking off the center objective for Stranglehold, for the 3, you know, that you get CP in the middle, or 3 points you get in the middle for holding it. So it can do a lot. So I think.
So Shazzy's comeback is that horde armies like orcs can just charge the Land Raider, and they don't have to kill it. As long as they can box it in, you can't get out. There is the emergency disembark strat, which is awful, and you never want to have to use it. But also in a horde army, you can just not move it up that far, because what's climbing out are interceptors. They already move really far.
So if you're playing a hordes army, you just don't do what I just said. Like, first off, how far can the horde army move and charge? Can they move, run, and charge? That's the question you're asking your opponent. Because if they can, then you keep the Land Raider far back enough that they don't get charged. But it also has hurricane bolters on it, so the horde army doesn't want to have their horde shot by fucking 24 hurricane bolter shots
plus whatever other gun is on there. But yeah,
but like it's like there's so many shots coming out of the Land Raider into the horde army. The horde army is just gonna die. You have the 24 shots from the 36 shots from the Dread Knights. You have like there's so many shots from the horde army. So yes, if you do get surrounded by a Land Raider, it's not a good time. But don't get your Land Raider surrounded by the horde army. I think that's the best.
Another thing I want to point out is that the Cybolt ammunition strat actually does work on both the Storm Raven and the Land Raider.
100%.
So you can actually give it +1 to hit, have it roll up, spend 1 CP. It is only one model, so that it is only 1 CP, and then you can have it fire 24 times, auto wounding on 6s with an additional AP, which is not like game changing, but for 1 CP, it's like, hey, fuck you, like deal with this. It's just a little more of a pain in the ass. I think that's great.
Yeah, I've done that so many times with my Land Raider, or not my Storm Raven. Like,
yeah,
because 1 CP is so good for that many shots. I don't try and do 2 CP for a 10-man unit. I usually run 5-man units, but you run your interceptors up and you spend 1 CP for Cybolt ammunition, shoot the hell out of whatever the hell is in front of it, and then charge the character. Like, it's such a good strat, especially on vehicles.
Yeah, it's a great. It was like a must-use strat every game in 8th. It's not now, 100%. But yeah. And so I think we got down this rabbit hole. If you're done talking about this list, I think the question originally was, what kind of list do you want to run but aren't good right now? And I have my own.
Tell me the list you were gonna run.
Yeah, so I'm gonna switch over on the camera now to my list. So I love the idea of marching up the field and being invulnerable effectively, and unkillable. So this is my basic idea of trying to make Dark Angels but Grey Knights. It doesn't do it as well, but here's my idea, and I want to play this. I don't think it's good, I don't think it's competitive, but I think it would be fun. So I've got Drago.
What we're talking about now is not competitive.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I've got a patrol and a vanguard. The patrol is preservers. In there I stuck Kaldor Drago because he doesn't really care which detachment he's in. He gives re-rolls to everybody. I have 10 Terminators in this, and an apothecary. That's the entire patrol. That's it. So the idea is they walk up the field with a 5-up. Feel no pain. Kind of like nestle the apothecary in between it. The apothecary also has the heroism's favor, wisdom of the prognosticars upgrade, so the Terminator squad will always have fight first. They can cast Hammerhand on each other if they want for 1 CP more. They can also do their Brotherhood power, so you can keep these guys kind of buffed, and it's like, don't charge me. I was thinking about maybe throwing in a couple incinerators in this unit because it's free, so why not? Which makes it more like I don't want to charge you. But that's that. And then I have a Rapier's Vanguard, which I have thrown the Mortal Wounds, Librarian, and Crow. A Paladin squad of 5 dudes. 2 Purifier squads with incinerators. I've got 4 servitors in there to just be annoying. 20 interceptors, because why wouldn't you? And then 1 rhino. I don't think this is a good list. I think this would be a really fun list to play for like a weekend against my friends. I think Dark Angels do this list better because they're fucking Dark Angels. So their Terminators have like permanent transhuman and all that, right? But I think this would be really fun. You got some like servitors to do action, monkey, raise the banners, whatever. You got purifiers marching up, and if they don't deal with them, they're like -1 damage. If they're in cover and shadows, they're actually hard to shift. They've got their, purifying flame. So between the 2 purifier squads and Crow, I have 3 purifying flame casts per turn. Got a bunch of smites. The paladins I also gave hammer hand because if they're
why not?
like gonna charge, it's 4 attacks per guy and 5 for the paragon, so you're gonna eat 25 attacks on the charge, or 21 on the charge. So it's just like you don't want to be in combat with any of these. Now, obviously, you can ignore the Terminator brick. It's 10 of them. Their shooting isn't that good. I mean, 10 Stormbolters isn't nothing, but it's not like game-changing amount, right? Like, you can just ignore it. But I think this will be a really fun list. Again, I don't think it's good. I do not think you'll win a GT with this list. But I think it would be really fun.
The question is, like, what do you do against armor? Like that's what I always go back to is, like,
yeah,
we have sidecans you could put on the Terminators, but they suck. You know, it's like strength 7, -1 to shoot them because heavy weapons. But then you got to think about, all right, can I get into melee? How many demon hammers do you have on the paladin squad?
Yeah,
Or
that's the thing is, right now I have none of each, but I do have hammer hand on both, which was my thought. Right? Like,
Yeah.
again, you're going to wound on 5s, that sucks, but you're going to reroll all wounds, so, like, hey, that should actually double your amount of wound output, so it's almost like wounding on 4s or 3s. Statistically, it's like wounding on 4s, I think. So it's not terrible, but is it as good as... Yeah, is it as good as demon hammers? And the thing about Death Guard, Dark Angels, is that with their permanent transhuman, it's like, how do you fucking actually ship these things? It doesn't matter what you shoot at them. Like, it doesn't. They're toughness 4s. If you shoot them with auto bolt rifles, guess what? You're wounding on 4s. They're also permanently transhumans. So if you shoot them with fucking plasma and las cannons, guess what? You're wounding them on 4s. It doesn't matter. And we can't do that. It's just not a thing. We, like... So this is me trying to shoehorn Grey Knights into a Dark Angels playstyle, and it just... We can't do it. Like, I know that. But if I was playing with my friends in my garage, I think this would be fun. What?
Yeah. Everybody else's transhumans 1, ours is 2, because we're true silver.
Yeah.
Like,
oh yeah.
How is that fair?
I've got a whole list of things that annoy me, and that's actually what I like. I called it was things that annoy me. Like, why is our leadership is 1 too low across the fucking board?
Yeah, and we're the best of the best of the best. How the fuck?
Except for Adeptus, or except for Custodes, Grey Knights are the elite of the elite. They're all psychers. They've gone through a trial that makes like normal Space Marines look, tame, right? They're like the Emperor's gene seed. Why is our leadership 7 and 8 and 8 and 9? If I look at my Death Watch Terminator squad, which I realize like Death Watch is this thing, they're like the special forces of Space Marines. They're all they draw like only the greatest veterans from every chapter and whatever. So they're 8 and 9 for everything. Or almost everything.
Yeah, ours is 1 out of 1,000 psychers kids live or something for Grey Knights.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts. So then it's like, well, why aren't Grey Knights 8 and 9? And I know it doesn't come up that often, but like every now and then you get a dicey, fucking morale roll, or like
my guys have run so many times.
Or Drukhari rush after you and they slap you with their fucking incubi and they're like, haha, I won. Because you're 1 less leadership. It's just like, no. They should barely even acknowledge your existence. You're just a bunch of, like, you're a 45-point incubi unit. What does a 220-point Terminator unit care about you? Get out of here.
Yep.
But, yeah.
Oh, my God. So, do you have the Pally list that I sent you with 2 Dread Knights, Drago, Champion, Pallies, Dreadnought?
I don't think I do. I don't think you actually sent that one to me. Hold on.
Like I said, there's too many.
I'm scrolling very fast, but nope, I don't actually see it in our last few days of... speaking.
The only two HQs you have is Drago. Now again, this is kind of going after the Black Templar. So I'm thinking of a Black Templar, and what they do is they sit at the center of the table with their apothecary and their chaplain and all their buffs, and they just don't move. Like that is their job. They have the big dreads in the back just shooting shit. They have all the little troops running around, and that's the Black Templar list. So I'm like, all right, let's make a Grey Knight Black Templar list. So we did Drago, who is their Grandmaster. He has Vortex of Doom and Peric Amplification, but basically he buffs up the Paladins, so he makes them reroll everything.
Right.
He's just awesome for that. So he also gives reroll ones to hit against the Dread Knights if they're by. And then you have a Brotherhood Champion, because I said I really want to run it because I made him and he looks awesome. So Brotherhood Champion has Warp Shaping, Cantu of Embrace, which is awesome. It's -1 damage.
Oh my god, that is a good relic. I think it is. It's a 4-up versus all mortal wounds too, and then it's -1 damage.
Yeah. He also has Unyielding Anvil, so now the Paladins in the middle of the table are OBSEC. Same with all the characters. Or Hammer of Righteous, which is really good for a Brotherhood Champion. It's kind of like Crow. +1 to wound in melee. He's got the Servant of Throne. So basically, this little dude has a 3++. Can't do Van Brace, Hammer of Righteous, gets the fight on death. He's a little tank. Sucks he only has 5 wounds though. 3 strike
because
squads.
He's in power armor. Ooh.
3 strike squads because strike squads, and then we have the Apothecary, which has Foretelling of Locust, so you can redeploy up to 3 units. He's the one that gives Sanctuary. I always thought of like Apothecary with Sanctuary, like that just makes sense because he's the one buffing and healing the unit. Then you have the Dreadnought. Now I think I was talking to you about this, where the Dreadnought lets the Pallies reroll ones to wound because they're core. So anything within 6 inches of them, which is including the Dread Knights and the Paladins, they get to reroll ones to wound. So you spend 1 CP. Everything within 6 inches of the Dreadnought gets to reroll ones to wound. And Drago already lets them reroll everything to hit anyway. So basically, everything in the Paladin unit is always hitting. And you have it walking up in that little block, right? So the Dreadnought has the multi-melta when you need it, and then it has the close combat weapon. So if anything's in the middle, he's going to be able to just smash. Paladin Ancient, he gives the +1 attack to the Paladin unit. He also gives them plus reroll something. Like he buffs up a Paladin unit in the command phase.
So the way that it, I remember the Ancients working is they give 1 more attack. I gave mine. Ooh, okay. Wow. Now they're Death Watch
leadership
veterans.
10.
No, they're. Oh, that's right. They are 10 because they're Paladins. Yeah. So Paladins and Purifiers are all leadership 9 and 8. So leadership 10. So they're all Necrons. They're all unfeeling, uncaring machines.
So he adds 1 to the hit roll. So now you're they're
already hitting on 2s in combat.
But hammers. So
right.
1,
so now they're still hitting on
3,
2s.
4. There's four hammers still hitting on 2s.
Yep.
And then there's a warding staff in there in case the sanctuary doesn't go off. So at least you still have the 4-up and vuln save to shooting. But there's 4 hammers in the Paladin squad. 2 side cannons, because we're testing out the side cannons because they get to reroll everything because of Drago. And they reroll ones to wound. So basically you're -1 or -2 with the side cannons, 2 damage. Rerolling ones to wound because of the Dreadnought.
It's
and
-2.
Rerolling all the hits because of Drago.
Mm-hmm.
They have Ethereal Castigation, I'm thinking, because they can move out, shoot, and then hide, or move up, shoot, and then move up more to get closer to the center, or at least on like an objective or something. And they have Armor Resilience, so you can spend 1 CP if you need to move and shoot and move again, or they can just do Armor Resilience for the +1. So Armor Resilience and Ethereal Castigation.
So why not drop the Dreadnought and just give them Hammer Hand? And that way they're rerolling all wounds. They don't need the Dreadnought. You can spend 1 CP to have them cast armored resilience, so they've always got that. So they're rerolling all hits, hitting on 2s, rerolling all wounds, like wounding on 3s or 2s because they have hammers.
The Dreadnought helps with shooting as well with the Dread Knights. So Dread Knights get to reroll 1s to wound. Paladins and Dread Knights, because I have 2 Dread Knights in the list as well. There's 2 Dread Knights behind everybody. So everything within 6 inches gets to reroll 1s to wound in melee and shooting with the Dreadnought.
Okay. That's that's a pretty good bubble. Although you're really running everything right up the middle, aren't you? You're like
that's the Black Templar way.
Yeah. Except you don't have the D3. What is it? D3 plus 3 rerollable advance. What the? They are just so reliable on the advance.
Yes,
it's absurd.
But they have a Thero castigation, so they can move up, shoot, and move up again.
But then they can't charge.
One guy...
Although I guess neither can.
If you're going to charge, anything
Templar.
that it charges dies. Yeah, anything that it charges dies anyway. So I'm just thinking, turn 1, you're in the center of the table, or you're behind cover. So basically, you move up, shoot, and then move like 3 inches this way, and now you're behind cover. But they can't shoot your characters because they're still within 3 inches of something else. So who cares if the characters are out in the open? The paladins are closest unit behind cover, can't get shot.
I actually got at the RTT that I went to. So like, remember, I've been to 1 tournament ever, but at the RTT I was at.
Was it One Last Blade?
It was what's that?
Was that with the One Last Blade guy?
Yeah.
I saw that video.
Yeah, he drove down. Because I live in Portland and he lives in Seattle, which is only like a 3-hour drive, so it's not that bad. Anyway, well, it's not that bad. Like, it really isn't, right? I don't know. I don't think it's that bad. Like, throw on some podcasts and like zone out and just drive up I-5. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I was fighting Black Templars. He had 8 or 7 of these buffed up Terminators in my grill. He left Halbrecht laying out in the open, or at least I thought, and so I was like, I'm gonna blast him and fucking kill your warlord. He's like, you can't. I said, explain how. Because I was like, how can I not? The Terminator, so like I had a Dread Knight, and he had the Terminators engaged with some other thing here, and then Halbrecht was down here. And so because the Terminators were between me and Halbrecht, by the ruling of the way Lookout Sir works, and I actually called over a TO because I was like, that's nuts. But it is actually the way that Lookout Sir works, is if there is another closest unit, it does not say closest eligible unit, it says closest unit, then they are actually defended.
Somebody else though?
Yes, there was a Redemptor like 2 inches behind Halbrecht, so he was technically still within. Yeah.
Stupid.
And I was like, but why? And the TO's like, sorry man, that's the way it works. It's like, all right, like I
did the same thing.
Yeah, I mean the game was over by then. By then anyway, like he had 8 buffed up Terminators in my deployment zone, so the game was over anyway. But like, I was like, but he's standing in the middle of the field with nothing near him, nothing, and the Redemptor is behind him.
Yep, that's the biggest thing that I learned at the second tournament I did. I even like said in one of my videos where my Storm Raven was aiming at it at a fucking Chaos Demon Prince, and it was like standing next to really cheap unit of chicks in the back, and it's literally just aiming at it. But since my Storm Raven was right next to a unit in melee, I couldn't shoot at the Demon Prince. I had to shoot at the unit in melee, which I couldn't. Right. So basically, my Storm Raven just sat there for a turn, not shooting anything.
That's what
this is the dumbest thing I've ever fucking heard.
Yeah, I think my Dread Knight ended up having to like fire into a Tannhauser's Bone buff to shit fucking Blade Guard, so it did nothing. It just bounced off of their chest, you know. So
that's the thing is like if you have Ethereal Castigation, you're still within like 3 inches of all your characters, but they're behind cover, so they can't shoot them and they can't shoot the characters because of how the fucking lookout sir works. So
Yeah.
it's like, maybe it's good. I don't
So
fucking know.
bonkers.
I haven't run it yet. I'm gonna run it though soon.
Oh
And then
yeah.
hold on, and then the end of the list is gonna
Sorry.
be 15 interceptors. So just running around getting zones. And then 2 dread knights. And that's it. So big blob in the middle. Very, very tanky. And a bunch of shit running around. That's the goal.
So Joshua Martin is asking, does that mean that they can be further than 3 inches away? So maybe I didn't explain it very well. So I had a Dread Knight firing at Halbricht. Between Halbricht and the Dread Knight was a Terminator squad of the enemy, engaged with some other unit of mine. So they were in melee and therefore untargetable by ranged. But Halbricht had behind him by about 2 inches a Redemptor Dread, which is a vehicle. So he was still protected by Lookout Sir because I couldn't... The closest target, which is the way Lookout Sir is worded, not closest eligible target. So I could not actually fire at his warlord because there was another unit that I couldn't shoot at between me and the unit that I wanted to shoot at, which is fucking ridiculous, yep. But that's the way 40k works sometimes.
Exactly. So that is just, yeah, that's dumb.
Hi, Stinky.
Like, you literally have to be the closest unit to a character to basically shoot at them.
Yeah.
Or they don't have anything within 3 inches, and then you can shoot them.
Yeah, so if the Redemptor hadn't been there, he would have been shootable, and if the Terminators hadn't been there, he would have been shootable. But because they were both there, he was not actually shootable. It was really bizarre, and that's why I was like, I want to talk to a TO, because this seems a little weird to me.
I did the same thing.
What?
Oh my god. So that list actually has 10 CP. So
yeah, that is, oh my god, that is a thing that I miss. Like, I've been so maybe we should roll into our meta lists and what we're running right now, like if we're trying to actually win. So like what I'm running right now is I have a patrol of prescient brethren and a is it Outrider? Or is it Vanguard? I think it's Outrider. No, a Spearhead. That's right, a Spearhead of Sword Brethren. So I'm effectively running 5 Dread Knights, 2 Tech Marines, 1 Strike Squad, 3 squads of Servitors, and 25 Interceptors. It's my whole army. So my Dread Knight shooting is insane. The non-Grandmasters actually shoot better than the Grandmasters because they're core. So they get to hit on 2s. They get reroll 1s from the Grandmasters, or from one of the Grandmasters. So they're hitting on 2s, rerolling 1s, where the Grandmasters are just hitting on 2s. And yes, the Prescient Brethren one can pop 1 CP and then reroll 1s to hit and 1s to wound, which of course I do. But
yeah,
it basically means that I can awaken 2 of them. My Tech Marines can stay back. My Servitors are raising banners. I have some shaft stuff doing Purifying Ritual and moving up. Obviously not the Servitors because they cannot cast, but like it actually makes it so like I can kind of sit. So between Psychic Ritual, banners, and Stranglehold, usually I can kind of just sit on my side of the board, and as long as I can hold 3 and blast you off of another one, I'm getting 15 a turn for for primary and secondary, and I never have to really engage you unless you have like PBCs or something where I have to go like I have to do something. But it means like I can be very passive, not super passive, like not Dark Angels passive, but I can be pretty passive, which is nice.
Yeah.
Because that's less shit for me to remember, and as a newer player, I think that's important because, you know, it's like as long as I hold this corner of the board with my 3 in it, I'm good, you know?
Yeah. That's like kind of the standard, you know, Grey Knight thing is like if and I just started taking Stranglehold recently. I didn't know it was like so easy to do, especially at the end of your turn
Yeah.
if you hold it. So that's and I started playing very passive recently. I always used to like back in the old editions, you just have to table the opponent or kill everything on the other side of the table.
Yeah.
So every single list I made just like went for it. Now I'm taking the more laid back approach where you're just like, all right, I'm going to keep everything in a building. You can't see it. Come at me, bro. Like that's the strategy that I've been doing, and it's been working out really, really well lately. So like with you, if you control the 3 objectives, it's basically you win. Like
Yeah.
the opponent's not really going to take you off it, and if they do, then you have shit to just take it off whatever just took it off it. You know.
Yeah.
The only thing is like if you face a Black Templar player, they're going to be controlling that center objective. So how do I get to the other edge or the other side of the table without missing on the center objective? Because that's I think the hardest opponent I have right now is probably Black Templar. Like
Yeah.
they're in our meta
No,
a lot.
I agree that they are probably the closest that the meta has right now to a direct counter to Grey Knights.
And I did lose to Clowns because I didn't get a full 5 turns in, and I played super slow because I didn't know the army.
Oh my god. So did you
times.
not... Alright, so one of the things that impressed me about the tournament that I went to is they flat out said, like, don't play any fucking half turns. They straight up said, like, don't do that. That's not okay.
What do
So,
you mean,
like...
half turn?
So, like, if I go first, okay, and I'm playing you, and then we get down to the top of turn 4, I get my turn 4 and you don't get your turn 4. That is a half turn. You did not get to react. I got to play 20 or 33% more than you did. I got to play a whole nother turn. So I got to attack you, grab objectives, get my secondaries, all that shit. And you didn't. So that gives me a natural advantage, right? Is that like, you know, I got 4 turns and you got 3. And then we had to call it for time. And that's not cool.
I ask is if we start the turn, do we finish the turn? And most times I go to, they say yes. So if you start turn 5 and there's like, you know, 30 plus minutes left, then you can finish turn 5.
Sure.
So we always finish out that turn because it was always like a 15-minute in between, you know, time frame between both matches. So most of the tournaments around us are pretty lenient with that. Like they want to make sure everybody's pretty equal.
Good. Because I mean, what's the point if you're not gonna be? It's a tournament, right?
Like I feel bad. Yeah, it's stupid. So the last guy I played, I literally, if we would have played on clock, I would have clocked out like instantly. I know that I would have clocked out because I just took so long with like asking questions and figuring out where I'm going to shunt to and measuring distances. Like that was probably the slowest I've ever played in my life, and I was super scared because this was a very very good opponent, and I've never played clowns like the Eldar. What are the clowns called?
The Harlequins.
Yes, the Harlequins. They just do so much shit that just break the rules that like you're just like, all right, can I do this? And like, nope.
I'm
like,
6 inches away than I actually am. I ignore all terrain when I move.
It's awesome. So I basically we only got to turn 3, and we had to talk out the last 2 turns, and it wasn't a good experience because it was guessing at that point. There's so much dice roll that would have or wouldn't have happened that we don't know. So basically I gave him it because again I would have like clocked either way. But we had to talk out the last 2 turns, and it's so weird to talk out a turn because you think one way, like in your mind, oh no, I would have done this, this, and this, and you probably would have died. And they think in their mind, oh, well, I would have done this, this, and this, and you would have died. So it's like you're both guessing what the last 2 turns would have been, and we don't know because the dice was never rolled. So it was such a weird turnout, but again, I couldn't argue because I was the one that made that mistake. Now, if he was the one that slow played, 100%, I'd be like, hey, bro, like, I had this. Like, there's no way you could have beat me. But since I was the one that slow played, and he was a very good player, he basically had it, you know?
Yeah.
So it was weird talking at the last 2 turns. 100%.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've never had a weird... I mean, it's weird, yes, but I've never had it be like, oh, this is so bizarre that I can't ever see that actually happening that way. Like, because when I talk things out with my opponents, usually it's like I already know I'm getting my ass kicked or I am kicking ass. So when I'm like, no, like, look at the board state, I've got these units here and here, I would, you know, move up 12 inches, make a 3-inch charge. I have, you know, strength 6, you're like toughness 3. I would wipe that whole unit. I would hold that. That would give me like, you know, 15 points, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Yeah. It's like, it's usually you can just talk it out like that, where you're like, no, like logically, let's discuss this, right? And it's not, oh, I need to have a power to get off to have that happen. It's no, like, my data sheet is 3 attacks.
Yep. Like, so since it was only turn 3, we still had a lot left on the table. So it was like we both had almost half of our army. I still had 3 Dread Knights. He had 2 tanks and a bunch of like characters. So it was like we both had a lot of shit. All right, so here was first turn.
I got you.
I moved up, kept all my Dread Knights back. Nothing happened. That literally was turn 1.
Yep. Sounds like a lot of turn 1s.
To turn fucking 3. We still only made it to turn 3.
Yeah.
Like, that's how bad I was at like playing the game.
Quins are gnarly, man.
It was so weird. I just wasn't used to it. It was weird. So I was like, hey, bro, you got it.
Yeah.
I took 3rd. I was like, whatever. I don't care.
Harlequins are gnarly, dude.
They're awesome. They do so much
flip belts
cool
and
shit.
Fusion pistols and open top transports and being 6 inches away and
or whatever the fuck they're called.
Yeah. They're really good.
They destroy Dread Knights.
I mean,
they murder Dread Knights.
I don't know if you remember, but like until a lot of the new 9th ed codexes came out, like Quins were still top of the fucking pile. Or not not top, but like very good. Like Quins and Sisters were doing very good for a long time into the 9th ed meta. Like Space Marines, Necrons, what was it? Death Guard. It wasn't until Drukhari and Admech came out that they were actually doing very well. Both of those 8th ed armies, so.
And the guy was very good. We like exchanged numbers, so I'm gonna play him again.
Yeah, you should.
But yeah, he was a cool guy.
Yeah, for sure.
And now that I see the army, I would totally 100% play again and just like fucking run out the army. Like, here's some dreads, here's some interceptors. If you can kill me, you win.
Deal with it.
Get off. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So it was fun.
Well, what else is
you playing around?
So right now, no. I'm actually getting coaching from Ben Sherwin, so I'm trying not to change up my tournament list very much. I'm trying to just get like consistent games in and, you know, reps on reps on reps on reps to try to like learn the army and learn how it plays. So I'm not changing a whole lot. When the Codex first dropped, which was August 14th, and I know that because it was my birthday, we did a live stream game and I was trying out a whole bunch of stuff. So I had like Storm Raven in there, and I had a Purgational Squad with Flamers, and I had a bunch of Terminators, and I think I had some Paladins and stuff. That list was awful. I was playing my friend who plays Drukhari, and I was like, hey man, I want to let you know, like straight up, this is going to be a streamed game. I'm going to be bringing the kitchen sink. This is not a good list. Can you go ahead and throw together, you know, like not a very good list? And he's like, okay man, I'll try. That afternoon, he messages me like, dude, I don't know how to make a bad Drukhari list. He's like, I fucking can't. He's like, yeah, I guess I could pick like some really bad cults and whatever and like come after you, but even so, my data sheets are good, my strat support is good, and I just don't know how to make a bad list. So yeah, I mean, he had like a lot of Trueborn and stuff that stayed in Raiders, and I was just, it's like I can't,
you
I can't
do it. Yeah,
I can't kill you.
can't do it.
Like,
Especially if like you just fucking read the codex and you don't know like
oh yeah,
anything that it does.
I
That's
actually,
how it was. I spent the first couple games like 4 or 5 hours playing a game. It was
oh
so
yeah,
fucking long.
no, I actually remember I had a Purgation Squad drop down out of Deep Strike, which I was like, yay, I don't have to spend CP to let them do this now. How cool is that? And they like flamed and killed a bunch of incubi, and then I cast Smite, I perils, I killed off one of my own models, and then it was someone on the stream is like, you get to feel no pain against mortals now, and I'm like, oh yeah, I get to feel no pain, or I feel no pain against mortals now. And then I ended up. What?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I didn't hear you.
I just learned that Storm Ravens and Land Raiders, or vehicles in general, have a 5-up feel no pain, no mortal wounds.
Yep, it's all Grey Knights units.
Didn't know that. I thought it was just Psychers.
No, it's all Grey Knight units, yeah.
I played a Thousand Suns player who smited the shit out of my Storm Raven, and it died because I was like, oh, I can't get any mortal wounds to it. So now I want to play the Land Raider and the Storm Raven again because now I know that it has fucking a 5-up feel no pain, no mortal wounds.
Well, it's like how
that's what I want to play.
Do you remember how like Sisters rhinos can just deny?
Yeah.
It's just a rhino, but they have that little like that keyword that lets them do their like order like deny on a 6 or whatever.
Yep.
Or a 5 if they're martyred lady or whatever. I don't remember. Anyway, like their rhinos can do that. So if you're within 24 inches or whatever or 12 inches of a rhino, they can just deny you.
Yep.
Which you don't expect, but yeah, it's the same thing. So what else? What else is on the list?
So basically talked about best list in the meta, favorite units, Grey Knights, new lists, nerf. Oh, so have you tested out the new missions at all?
I have not. No,
Last tournament I was at, we got to test out 2 out of 3 of the new missions, and I played it. And what they changed was every mission now has a 4th secondary.
Basically, yeah.
So like the main mission secondary, you get to get points for, and they reduced the main 5, 10, 15 points for the primary to 4, 8, 12.
Mm-hmm.
But at least you get that secondary for another 3 points.
Right.
So it made the game so much closer and more. You have to pay attention to who has how many points and whatnot, and it made it so much more enjoyable to know that you're not going to be down just because you lost the primary. Like, it sucks when you get 5 points on the primary and you're like, well, this game's over. Like,
yeah,
you're not going to go back from that.
That's true.
Now, if you only get 4 or 8 points, but there's still a secondary that you can get points for, like an additional secondary, it made things so much more, I would say, enjoyable and more like, all right, I have to actually do shit now. And knowing which 3 secondaries you should pick going into these new tournaments coming up 2022 is going to be so important.
Well,
because
it always was. Like picking your secondaries was always like a mini game within the game. Like it was its own meta within the meta. You had to know. I've lost games that I was handily winning, and I've lost because one of my 3 choices was terrible for secondary. And it's only if even one of the 3 is a bad choice, you can lose that fucking game.
And now it's not going to be as impactful because of that, because you still get 3 points. Like, one of them is if you kill a unit, you get 1 point, up to 3 points. So it's almost like a mini grind them down. And if you take grind them down with that, you get 6 points. So it's like you're playing. Like, I would pick a list specifically just for secondaries. Like, all right, these are my 3 secondaries every single time, unless there's one that stands out that like I would always pick, but like I would always make a list now with these 3 secondaries 100% every single time, because you always get additional secondary on top of that.
Sure. I mean, that's the way most people make their lists anyway. Like,
there's always one that I don't know.
Right, but I mean, that's kind of the way that the meta is right now, where it's like you pick for 2. Like for me, right? My list is built for banners and psychic ritual, and typically I'm assuming stranglehold. Well, what that allows me is on a 4 objective mission, like say the Scouring, which is the worst mission in the game, I don't have to pick stranglehold. I can be like, okay, well, they have a lot of vehicles, I'll bring them down, or they have a lot of, characters, I'll take assassinate. Like against Black Templar, like what's their chaplain with the retinue? He's got like 2 dudes that follow him around, Grimwald or whatever the fuck his name is.
I've never played that guy. Nobody takes him.
Anyway, if I remember right, his retinue also counts as a character. So if you kill him and his 2 dudes, that's 9 points for assassinate. And if he's the warlord, it's 10 points.
Yeah.
Now, the thing is, usually if they bring them, they take something with bodyguard too. So, it's very hard to actually kill him. But anyway, you see, my point is that on a 5 or 6 objective mission, I already know what my 3 are going to be. But I also know that if I have to drop one, like banners, like say he deep strikes everywhere, like against the mirror, probably won't take banners because he can be in my deployment zone. I have nothing to really screen out with, so I'm going to assume I'm going to lose my backfield. I probably won't take banners, but I could take something else instead.
And now that you have an additional secondary, like you won't get fucked over that game that you picked a bad secondary. Like that's what's so good about it, is like you're losing points for the primary. So now it's closer. It's 2 to 3 points closer now, and you're getting additional secondary where you can make up for that primary,
which is a great point.
So it's like, it's awesome. So I love the new way they structured it. And we played 2 of them.
It'll especially help against those missions like the Scouring and Vital Intel that's hold 2, hold 3, hold more, not hold 1, hold 2, hold more. So, yeah.
There was also a mission, Black Templar is perfect for this, or anybody that has advanced deploy, like where they can deploy units within 9 inches of your lines.
Yeah.
If you don't get a CP until you control one of the center objectives in no man's land.
Yep.
So you don't start with a CP. So if you're already low on CP, you're already not getting a CP. Black Templar, they have the 3-inch move thing where before their start, they move 3 inches. So they're already on an objective, so they get that CP no matter what. So that was the game that I played Sasha at, and he's like, well, I don't care about this because I'm already going to get a CP. I was like, well, fuck me. I don't have a CP for this game.
That's awesome.
So that was cool for Black Templar, or anybody that starts, super far up the table.
Yeah. Another reminder, hey chat, we're here. We're shooting the shit. If you have any questions for us, like throw them up there. We'll answer. Probably poorly, but we'll answer.
We're already 3 beers in.
Yeah. I'm 6 ounces of gin in. I don't know if that counts, but
I'm 3 in so far, and I've already went to the bathroom twice.
So when I was a wee lad and I started drinking, I never thought I'd be into gin ever. Like I hated gin. Like when I was DD and I'd go out with my friends, I would order a gin and tonic and nurse it because I hated that flavor. I knew I'd never get drunk or tipsy, but I could still tell my friends, of course I'm drinking. But man, when I got into my 30s, like my mid 30s, I started finding like delicious gin drinks, like gimlets and corpse revivers, and I'm like, it's so good. And like now I'm like going through gin like crazy. I used to hate it.
I mean, that was the, like all the like I drink IPAs, all
Me too, buddy.
11,
Oh yeah.
8, 10%ers, and like I would
Yeah.
never have drank that in my 20s. Like that's fucking disgusting. It was all like
No,
Natty Ice and Miller Lite and all that shit.
no, I started with like I was poor as fuck, and I'd still drink like Arrogant Bastards and like local IPAs because my thought was, if I'm gonna drink, I might as well drink beer I like, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, my friends are gonna bring over PBRs, and that's great, and but like I want to get tipsy on the beer that I like, and then I'll maintain on the beer that I don't like.
Smart.
Right? So like I can
and you only need to drink 2 to feel it. You
yeah,
know?
like I can get to where I'm feeling good, where I want to be, where I'm not like, you know, breaking friendships and stuff, but like I can get to where I'm feeling good, and then I can maintain it by like drinking PBRs.
Yep.
Yeah. Those are all life lessons that actually took me a while to learn. Well, I was a good boy. Like I grew up in
I was a good boy.
I was like I grew up in a home where like if I wanted a drink when I was 10 or 11, I could just ask my dad, and he'd be like, "Yeah, go get a drink. Like if you want some whiskey, or you want some wine." Like we had wine at dinner and stuff. So like when I got into high school and everybody's acting out and they're like, "We're gonna go drinking," I'm like, I can just go home.
Yeah.
Like
I honestly, I could say that I'm the same way. My parents didn't like, I was the spoiled but good kid. Like I was spoiled because I knew what was wrong and right. So I knew like if I did something bad, it was bad. If I knew they did something good or whatever. But like my parents, we would have parties over my house all the time. We were underage and stuff like that. And my parents would be okay with it as long as everybody stayed there. Like nobody
right.
drove home or whatever.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah.
everybody had to be responsible, stay there.
Sure.
And that's kind of how it was growing up. And now like I in the same way where it's like I'm responsible, you know, like I learned from my parents, like don't be so strict because then the kid will probably act out, you know.
Yeah.
So
I
was
mean,
the same as you.
it's a balancing act. So like my first time getting like blackout, fall down, idiot, like drunk, I was like 3 weeks before I turned 21.
Same.
Yeah, man. Like I just didn't care because I could go, like I'd go camping with my family and my dad would crack open a case of beer and we just drink it. It wouldn't, like, it was never a taboo weird thing. So I'm like, whatever, all my friends want to go drink, I can just go ask my dad for beer, and he's like, as long as you drink this here with me, I don't care.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's like whatever.
And now you're like the same way. It's like it's not like you're fucking some, you know, drunk or alcoholic person. It's like,
well, you don't know me that well.
Yeah, hopefully not. Hopefully not. But like you learned not to be so strict, and your parents are the same exact way.
Yeah,
so, that's cool.
Speaking of which,
all you.
I was gonna say I actually do want to go make another drink because I've been without for like 20 minutes now.
I'm gonna get a drink.
Okay, well we have. So we have. Okay, I'll let you go first. I'll let you go first. So again, anyone in chat, if you have any questions, comments, whatever, if you want to talk about drinking or Grey Knights or 40k or what your worst matchups are or what you hope that the faction is going to get in the future, whatever, please, like, let us know. We live stream because we want your interaction. If we didn't want your interaction, we would just record this and edit it later. So anything you have to say at all, like what your first car was. I'm a big car guy. I'd love to know what everybody's first car was.
How we switched to beer, because that's like such an ongoing topic forever.
I'm in the Pacific Northwest, man. Beers. We take our beers seriously here. I brew my own.
10:30 here. That's awesome. You gotta try and, I don't know if you can ship out beer. Can you? You can ship out beer, right? Don't keep it cold.
So you're not supposed to without a distributor's license.
Lies.
Wink, wink. But you're not actually supposed to ship alcohol without a distributor's license. Will anybody care if you do? Probably not. But you're also not really supposed to. So
I'm by Philadelphia, so there's so many breweries around me. There's 12 maybe, like local microbrews. and they're all good.
12.
It's like
Dude,
not a bad microbrew bias.
there are 12 like within miles of me. Welcome
Really?
to Portland, man. We are a mecca of micro breweries. Yeah. So
I want to brew my own beer. That's gonna be awesome.
it's actually really easy and really cheap. Like a starting
Go get your
brewing set's like $100.
That's awesome.
And then the ingredients will cost you probably about $40, and you make 5 gallons. I'm not even kidding. You make 5 gallons of beer. Yeah. So, okay. I'm gonna make a drink. I'm gonna leave it to Derek. You have up the chat, right? We're not gonna leave people hanging. No. Thanks.
Where the hell's the chat?
Go to my.
I'm sorry.
We
you
really
linked it to me. Let me click on it.
Yeah, we really made this work. All right, I'll be right back. Like 2 minutes.
Yeah, literally 2 minutes. All right, I'll hop on. I can just talk about Grey Knight, the list that I fucking built.
I was actually gonna say, so why don't you talk about that list, or you talk about some of the things that you'd like to see to make Grey Knights more interesting. Yes. Not that isn't buffing Dread Knights or interceptors.
I think the biggest thing with I've just been practicing, like, all right, I know we're not gonna have 5 Dread Knights, and if we do, that's a miracle, but trying out 4 Dread Knights at least and still being competitive. Like, it's basically 30 interceptors, 4 Dread Knights. I'm trying to pull up the chat so I can actually read what the hell you guys are saying. All right, cool, got it right there. But the stuff that I want to see in the meta, paladins, obviously I want to see do well, but there's so much stuff that has to go into it for paladins to be good. They need the 4-up invuln save for the sanctuary. They need the armor resilience for the the 1-up save. I think the ethereal castigation for the move, shoot, and then move again would be good to set them up in a good position, because instead of moving up 5 and then shooting, they can move up 5, cast a power, and then move up another 5 inches. So basically they have like a 10-inch move on turn 1 or turn 2. I wonder if they could probably move up, run. That's a question. So can you run and cast a psych power? Because if you can, then they're fucking running super, super far on turn 1. That would be awesome. But again, that's the thing, is like I lost 5 of my freaking paladins one time because I didn't get off sanctuary. So if you don't get off one of the power, or they block the power, they're kind of screwed, so like you need to make sure that there's other ways to get it off, or other ways to, like, if you don't get it off, at least have a warding staff in your unit, and then you're good to go. So Shazzy, the tournament rundowns, I love doing them. I just want to make sure you guys actually like seeing them, because my channel is more of like a competitive type channel, rather than just like One Last Blade, where he does a lot of lore and more. I like to run fun stuff. I also like to run fun stuff. If you've ever seen any of my tournament videos, almost every single tournament I've run, I think honestly every single one of them has been a different list. So yeah. With what the Storm Raven, I want to run a Storm Raven. I want to run a Land Rider. The Storm Raven, though, is 360 points, which I think is ridiculously expensive. If they reduce the limit on the Storm Raven, I think everybody will start running it, because the Storm Raven puts out so much firepower, but then it just dies. So I made a Storm Raven list. It has Tech Marine, Castling Crow, and a Nemesis Dread Knight. Tech Marine has the Gate of Affinity. He also has Divination, so it's in a Prescient list. Castling Crow has Warp Shaping, so he's the one to change the tides if you need it. And the Dread Knight has Empiric Amplification and Sanctuary. He's the one that's going to basically be putting out the 4-up invuln save on your Storm Raven on turn 1, because he's going to be able to be up further. So he has an 18-inch, I believe, cast on the Sanctuary. So he can actually reach the Stormraven if it goes literally all the way across the table. Then we have 2 strike squads. This is in a strike force, I believe. Yeah, we only need 2. Yeah, so you only need 2 troops. Servitors, not in the list. Dreadnought. So the Dreadnought is in the Stormraven, just so that way if the Stormraven blows up or if you get actually across it, the Stormraven can drop off the Dreadnought and the Dreadnought comes out with a multi-melta and then just, it's a Venerable Dread, so it always hits on 2, so you don't have to buff it. But it gets out of the Stormraven, it blows up whatever the fuck it wants to blow up, and it can charge whatever it wants to charge because it's a Venerable Dread. And what you could do with the Tech Marine, this is the thing, is you give the Stormraven +1 to hit. And then the Stormraven runs, 25, 30 inches, gets to wherever it wants to get to, shoot at hitting on 2s, using 1 CP if you want to use Cybolt ammunition for the Hurricane Bolters. And then it literally just kind of like kills whatever it wants to kill. But it hits on 2s. That's so freaking cool. But before it moved away, the Tech Priest gets in the Stormraven. So Tech Priest gets in the Stormraven. So the Stormraven gets hurt. Tech Priest gets out, turn 2, heals it, and then everybody else gets out and charges whatever it wants to charge. 20 Interceptors. So 2 10-man Interceptors, 2 Dreadknights, and the Stormraven. So the thought process is Crow and the Tech Marine getting into the Stormraven, running all the way across the table. You have the Dreadknight and the 2 other Dreadknights walking across the table. 10 Interceptors in the Stormraven, and then 2 HQs in the Stormraven as well. So thought process is the Stormraven hits on 2s. What do you think about that? 4 Melta shots, all the Hurricane Bolters with the Cybolt ammunition, and
it's the same. It's the same thing I tried with my it's a fresh codex list. It's the exact same thing, except I also gave it the 4-up invul from Sword Bearers, except I didn't put the Tech Marine inside of it. So mine started on my side, obviously. I gave it all the buffs. It ran off. It then smoked his Archon, who he left at the back of his of his army. So it smoked the Archon. It then, over the last 4 turns, ended up getting drugged down to 1 wound and living forever and just scoring me a bunch of engage on all fronts. Yeah. That's all it did. But it wasn't worth 310 points for it.
Oh, it's just it does a lot, but it dies. That's the thing. It does a shit ton of stuff, but can you get 360 points worth of it killing shit? And most of the time it's no. It's going to get maybe 150 to 250 points. It's losing out on so many points. I'm going to use this opportunity here to bring up. So part of my what's wrong with Grey Knights episodic video series is I brought up how I don't think the Brotherhoods do enough, right? So here's a little sneak peek. I'm gonna actually move this into a new document. Here's a sneak peek to the idea, and I'm doing a sneak peek because, full disclosure, the rest of the stuff isn't really fleshed out yet, and it seems kind of like a 13-year-old's dream. But I do want to point out, if we go back to the web browser here, or I'm sorry, not the web browser. Oh no, there it was. Everybody could see it. Go to the list. Here we go. All right. So this is kind of what my point is that if Sword Bearers did something like this, they granted this passive ability where Land Raiders, Rhinos, Storm Ravens, and Storm Talons immediately got a 5-up invul just for being Sword Bearers at all. Bam, it gets that. And then I said, additionally, all Sword Bearers Land Raiders gain assault ramps. So Terminator units, and I specifically called that out,
Terminator units embarked within this unit may disembark and still declare a charge on the same turn that this unit finished a normal move. That's it. That's all the changes, but how fucking cool would that be? Storm sword bearers now, in the lore, they are all the vehicles, right? They have all that stuff. They get to, and in fact, the way that their lore works is they work very closely in a mechanized infantry fashion with their vehicles. So now they're getting air support. They're able to move up in Land Raiders. If they're Terminators, which is a unit that you probably otherwise wouldn't bring, but if you had a Swordbearer Terminator squad of 10 of them and a Swordbearer Land Raider, you could push the Land Raider up its full move on turn 1, have them get out within 3, and then charge. They can't move and shoot, but they could still disembark and charge on the same turn. Would you then not see more Terminators and Land Raiders? Now, is this competitively good? I don't know. I don't think so. It would probably need other buffs as well. But you see what I mean, where I'm like, this changes the way Sword Bearers plays entirely. Completely. Yeah. They just get a 5-up invul. If you still want to take their Warlord trait to give them a 4-up, you could. If you want to cast Sanctuary, you could, right? You could make them better. But it still gives them, it helps to take away the big deficit that these units have, like Storm Ravens and Land Raiders. They're very expensive. They have no invul. They can't live. They don't survive 3 Eradicators shooting them. Like, they don't have any invul. They have no way to deal with it, or -1 damage or something. They need something like that. -1 to be wounded, something like that, right? So I think that this would change.
Tides, like they need to be a psycho to be in the tides. So if they had, the tides of shadows, it would make them survive so much longer. But we don't have that. We don't have the -1. We don't have any of that. Like, you need psychic powers to make them good. But there's so many ways to stop psychic powers nowadays that it's like, I don't even want to test it, because it's not going to last a 5 game GT.
Yeah.
There's going to be some matchup that you play into that has a lot of psychic stoppage, and you're like, all right, well, if it's a smart player, they're going to stop my 4-up invul. They're going to stop my
and that's the
power.
That's the thing, that when like the Admech Codex came out, I'm like, are you fucking serious? Because their command phase is now their like longest fucking phase. Because they get to say, this unit ignores AP 1 and 2. This unit gets to advance and will shoot with no penalty. This unit gets this. This unit gets +1 to hit. This unit gets reroll everything. And then I'm like, I get to do that, but I have to fucking roll for it. Like, I have to spend a power. I have to potentially perils. I have to potentially fail. I have to potentially get denied. You just get to do it? Are you serious? It's so good. Like, their command phase, they're just like, everyone's better, go. And I realize 100%. They've been nerfed and it's not that bad now, but like, man, their command phase is nuts.
I'm just thinking now, because we're still in the beginning of 9th. Or I guess, right, we're about halfway. We're still kind of in the middle, right? Like, how many 9th edition codexes are there?
Do you want me to actually do a real count off the top of my head? There's Space Marines. I'm going to ignore the actual like supplements. There's Space Marines, Necrons, Death Guard. What came next? Drukhari, Admech, Sisters, Orcs.
So there's a lot more than I thought. So I started 6 months ago.
Black Templar, Grey Knights, Thousand Suns. So that's 10. I think we're about halfway through though, because we know we're gonna get Eldari, we know we're gonna Tau, Custodes, we know we're gonna get Genestealer Cult, probably on the back of Genestealer Cult in a few months. We're gonna get Tyranids for real. We're gonna get like Chaos for sure in 2022. So there are 4 coming out in the first few months of 2022 at least, and that'll be Chaos, Eldar, Admech, Gene Silicon, and Tau. So 5 at least, which isn't going to leave that many stuck behind. In fact,
now that our codex is out, right? How long is this going to last? Like, how long until we get another codex? But what can we do in the meantime if we do get nerfed to make at least it enjoyable to play Grey Knights?
I mean, that's another thing, is that, and I said this in my video about what's wrong with Grey Knights. Honestly, when Tau comes out, Dread Knights are fucked. I'm like, nothing
in transports are going to be the thing.
Well, like right now, okay, Grey Knights are the closest any codex has to Tau, because we shoot so efficiently. But when Tau comes out, there's no way Grey Knight like shooting is going to be more efficient. It just isn't. Yeah. It's not a thing. That's all they do. They interact in one phase of the whole game, 2 phases. They have movement and shooting, and that's it. Right? Grey Knights have every phase. We interact and do something in every phase, except morale phase, because our leadership is garbage. But like otherwise, we interact in everything. Tau doesn't. They're going to have amazingly good shooting. And if you think your 5 Dread Knights, which is the list I run just to point this out, is going to survive 2 fucking turns of 3 Riptides firing at them, it's not happening. It's just not. 5 Dread Knights are going to evaporate, and we're going to be back to playing Terminators and Power Armor, hoping to scrape by in the ruins of these like forgotten words, you know, hiding behind obscuring, because that's all that's all we'll have.
And that's why I played the Rhino I think in 2 or 3 games now, and it's expensive, I think, 80 points, but it does a lot. Like, it protects your units. It gives them an extra 3-inch units of charges.
Yeah.
And it moves fucking 12 inches. Like, you can literally run it and just get it 16 inches across or 18 inches across the table if you roll 6. Super fast. It counts as engaging all front. You know, it can hold an objective. It can do whatever it's got to do. But I feel like if we get rid of the Dread Knights, we're just going to see a shit ton of Marines with Rhinos. And that's going to be just rhinos everywhere.
So Kieran Jenkins is asking, do you think all of our Marines are gonna cost more? And that is a tough question, because, and again, like, I want to point this out, I have no like insight into Games Workshop. I'm not a playtester. I don't know anybody who works there. Like, this is completely some random tipsy guy on the internet who happens to know how to stream on YouTube. But like, I don't think that power armor is going to go up very much at all. I think maybe 2 points for Strike Marines and Interceptors, maybe. If they go up any more than that, it's just we don't have enough data sheets. We don't have that depth of codex like the Drukhari do, where like if you just nerf witches, people bring Talos, right? Like, we don't have that. So
like, if you nerf Dread Knights, we have to bring power armor. There's nothing else in the heavy support slot that we have. Dread Knights it's Landmakers are way too expensive. So Purgation Squad. And what the fuck do? They don't do shit.
Right now, with Astrolabe the way that it is, they don't do shit. If Astrolabe was like changed to reroll all hits and wounds of 1, or even wounds of 1, that would be real. That like, and ignores cover, that would actually be very good.
Or hits on normal ballistic skill instead of the fucking -1.
Yeah, like, that's true. And
then shoot regularly, like.
Yeah,
I just
ignores movement penalties. Yeah,
like that would be a cool psychic power. You know, like you just float across the battlefield or something.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna get off on a little bit of a tangent. As a lore nerd, it straight up says in the book, in the codex, it says like there are anti-gravity, you know, attachments on the front of all of these heavy weapons that allow them to be used and wielded as if they were normal stormbolters or normal weapons. But that's a fluff thing, and that's a fluff thing that is in every Space Marines codex. That's in the Death Watch stuff with their Infernus heavy bolters, which are a heavy flamer and a heavy bolter combined, which you would think sounds very good, but they are so expensive they're bad. Because, you know, they're like 15 points, so you're not going to bring one of those. Even though it sounds amazing, like, oh, I can drop down and it's 2d6 flame shots at strength 5, minus 1 AP, 1 damage. That sounds great. No.
Well,
yeah.
I wish, I mean, and again, there's a lot of strats that we have that I wish were 1 CP instead of 2 CP. But the Purgation
True
has a
silver
strat where
armor.
Yeah, True Silver Armor is 1. But like the +1 to wound for Purgation Squad, like if you drop down with 4 Flamers, you can spend 2 CP. Now they're wounding on 2s rather than 3s, which is pretty cool. Auto hitting and wounding on 3s or 2s.
Oh, Joshua just like got my heart just racing, but please.
and I don't know who you interviewed talking about Purgation Squad, where you don't need to bring heavy weapons. You could just bring a Purgation Squad.
Yeah.
And if they drop down 10 unit, use Cybolt ammunition and +1 to wound with the Stormbolters, you know? So
yeah.
it's like
so
it's really expensive, but
that combo is actually so it's a 10-man Purgation Squad, no heavy weapons, all Stormbolters. You drop down, you spend 1 CP for +1 to hit coming out of Deep Strike. You spend 1 CP for or 2 CP for Cybolt ammunition because you're a 10-man, right? And then you cast Astral Aim to ignore cover, and you spend 1 CP for +1 to wound. So that's 4 CP.
2 CP to +1 to wound.
Oh,
if it's
okay.
a 10-man squad, or it's
Okay.
just 2 CP.
So that's why this isn't a thing.
So
it's now 5 CP and a power, but what you get is you get 40 strength 4, -1 AP, auto wounding on 6s, +1 to wound. So even if you're dropping and firing on like a Plague Burst Crawler, you're gonna wound on 5s, not 6s. If you're firing into other Space Marines, you're gonna wound on 3s, not 4s. Got 40 of these shots hitting on 2s. Like, it's a crazy wombo combo when you think about it, but it's also 5 CP and a psychic power, and if the psychic power doesn't go off and they're in cover, like,
that's why Cybolt ammunition
now they're ignoring the +1 to wound, and it's just like, it's
like when you shoot Cybolt ammunition into like Blade Guard or somebody that has the 2-up in cover, it's like it's not really worth it.
Yeah.
So don't cast it.
Joshua is mentioning. Oh.
No, you were saying like the Purgation Squad.
Sorry.
That's the only option besides Dread Knights. So what? You know, it's like we take out a Dread Knight, we add Strike Squads, but then we have to spend so much more to get it to work, to even maybe work.
So in heavy support, we have Land Raiders, Dread Knights, and Purgation Squads, and that's it. Like, literally, that's it. And we have 3 different types of Land Raiders, but boo-hoo, like, they're still Land Raiders, right?
And they're expensive as fuck.
Yeah.
They're 300 points if you want to add a multi-melta.
So Joshua mentioned that true silver armor is 2 and 3. If we didn't make it clear, we know that. We're just upset that it's 2 and 3 and not 1 and 2. So like, we're well aware. It's just, it drives us crazy that it's that expensive.
Everybody else spends 1 and we have to spend 2.
Yeah, like somebody said in one of my interviews, I forget who, it's like, oh yeah, I'd be mashing that button every turn, and I'm like, so like Space Marines do? every turn, and
I
it's
play
still
fucking-
it's still not so broken good that
Yeah.
Space Marines are winning tournaments. Like, come on.
Yeah. Like if you give that up, if you give us the, stratagem, honestly, yeah, it probably wouldn't be good because we probably would be even better. Imagine 30 interceptors. Fucking like you need fours to wound us.
So we lost your microphone. You said imagine 30 interceptors. What?
With the 4 to wound, like that would be really fucking.
Yeah, but like, fine, whatever. You're paying, like you're bringing a 10-man. You're now like blastable. You don't have an invul. Like, yes, you could cast Sanctuary on them. You're still spending 2 CP to give them transhuman. Like, it's not. I mean, it's not. I guess if you take a normal Space Marine chapter, their Van Vets don't get transhuman now because they're firstborn, and there's nothing else that fills that super fast role. Like, there's no Primaris super fast melee, right? Like, there's no 12-inch moving, charging, melee-oriented Primaris. There's, like, 10-inch moving blast plasma Inceptors, but they're very expensive. There's Blade Guard, who are amazingly good, but they only move 6. So maybe that's why it's so expensive for us, is they don't want to see Grey Knights running around with 3 10-man blobs of Interceptors that they just pop a 2 CP strat on to not be instantly killable. But I mean, at the same time, you're spending resources to do it. I don't know. It just doesn't. It seems like they're like they're firstborn, so it's more expensive. It's like, okay, or at least make it so, hey, Paladins and Terminators spend half. You know, they're the tankier, more harder to kill units. Make it spend less on those squads or something. I don't know. So Joshua had said a comment that got my like heart moving, and he said, "Upgrade sprues win."
Upgrade
and holy upgrade sprues win. Holy fuck! I want storm shields.
I've never seen so many storm shields until I started playing again. Like,
dude,
back in the day, storm shields wasn't a thing, and now fucking everybody has storm shields.
I want fucking storm shields, but apparently Caldor Drago found one in the warp and is like, mine, and doesn't want to share it with anybody else. And apparently Forge World, like Demios, is like, I never heard of them. Don't know what they do. I mean, like, like, I don't know.
God, if we could put storm shields on interceptors and just have them be fucking running up 12 inches storm shields, like,
I don't even want them. I mean, okay, if they were as expensive as they are on Space Marines, though, I think that'd be worth it. They're 5 points each, so your interceptor would go up to 29.
Worth it.
So you put 2 to 3 in a squad of 5, which is what people do with Van Vets now. So that would be actually 2 points more expensive than a Van Vet. You'd get our psychic shenanigans. But where I'm really thinking about storm shields is on Terminators, man. Like, I want to put them on Paladins. I want them to march up the board. 100%. I want them to have a ignore AP2 if they're in cover, and I want Armored Resilience to do something beside grant them another +1. Like, if you want to make Grey Knights, if you want to make us spend 47 points for a Paladin, you want to make us sit in the middle of the board with Storm Shield, so add another 5 points, so 52 points a model, and you want us to be -1 to move, or -1 to be wounded, ignoring AP 1 and 2, sitting in the middle of the board and unmovable, I would pay that. I would pay 52 points with a Storm Shield for a 4-up, 1-up, psychic shit, mastercrafted power weapon, -1 to be wounded. I would still pay the full 3 CP for transhuman. Like, bring it on. That sounds awesome at that point.
Yeah. Yeah,
honestly.
I just don't see it ever.
Oh, it won't happen. No, it won't happen.
We still have old ass fucking weapons like from thousands of years ago, like the silencers and side cannons. Like we're never ever
Hey.
getting a storm shield.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I still like our. I know this is us bitching and complaining, but like we both know, we both know, right? Like it's a good codex. It is. We're in a good spot. It's just like I want to see other stuff raised up to the level that everything else is, so that you get actual choices. So that if
we're
you
getting a nerf.
Yeah, I
So
know
that's
we
the thing,
will.
is, like,
well,
it's coming.
but
So
like
what
that's
what are the options?
that's the thing is I actually, if I'm completely honest with you, I hope that we don't get any changes at all. Maybe power armor for interceptors and strike squads goes up like 2 points. I hope Dread Knights aren't touched at all, because if I'm completely honest with you, I think that then when Tau hits, it doesn't matter how good our fucking Dread Knights are. It doesn't. Like, they could be 40 points. It won't matter. Tau will shoot them off the board. We won't bring them. We'll bring
That's what I'm thinking.
two. Like, we'll bring two. Maybe.
What if we deep strike?
Yeah, that means you're paying to have a 155 point shooting only unit in deep strike, drop down, get 1 round of shooting off, which might not even be effective based on if you're screened out or not. So they could wipe out like 100 point unit of intercessors, woo, and then they die the next turn, or they like drop down and they kill what, a 70 point unit of pathfinders.
Or I'm thinking if they start in the tide of where you get to charge the extra 3, 3 or 1s and 2s or 3s, so you're more reliably to charge.
Yeah, so
you, instead of being like you hide your whole army turn 1, you deep strike 3, and you can keep your Grandmaster on the table because he can shunt or whatever.
Yeah.
But you deep strike your 2 or 3 turn, whatever. You have maybe the one that has first of the fray, so he gets an 8-inch charge, and then 1s and 2s counts as 3s.
Right.
And then you have a tech marine all the way in the back that can change the tide when you do get your charges off. So basically everybody charges 8 inches.
so one of the like Brotherhood things that again, if they made Brotherhoods more interesting, is Blades of Victories and or Rapiers could get something where it's like you get to just on your turn for 1 CP or whatever, you get to turn 1 unit, regardless what the tide is for the rest of the army. That unit is in tide of celerity. So they drop from deep strike. You really want them to get in there. You spend 1 CP. They get to be in that tide or whatever, right? That would be really cool, flavorful, and interesting. Because those 2 Brotherhoods are known for their like swift strikes, all that shit. So you bring Blades of Victory specifically for like, no, I want to have my interceptors, this unit in celerity on turn 2 to do something crazy. We don't get advance and charge, but they are guaranteed to make at least a 6-inch charge, right? How cool would that be? That would again make it so you have to make a decision in your list building phase on how you want to play your army. And if that's a wombo combo you want, where you're like, okay, they get hammer hand on like a big strike squad, they pop out of a rhino, you put they're in celerity while everyone else is in convergence for shooting, right? And then they charge. Even if they get in, they don't get convergence, so they got in reliably. They don't get the mortal wounds on 6s, but they're swinging at least, right?
They're at least in.
Yeah, like
Black Templars has the the reroll, advance and charges for free. Like they don't have to cast a psychic power to do it. We have to cast a psychic power to do it. They just get it.
Exactly.
So like,
but
I wrote a 1 to advance. Let me just reroll that.
That's a passive buff that I think could be on one of those brotherhoods, right? 100%. If the rapiers, who are supposed to be this like super fast, strikes quick and leaves really fast, they're basically the Drukhari of Grey Knights. Like if they got a passive for rerolls all charges, and then you take their power away, or right, and you replace it with like something more minor, and that way it's not the go-to brotherhood, right? Like we don't want to make it so like one brotherhood gets exploding sixes and +1 attack and gets to reroll charges, right? That's insane. Like we don't want that. I'm talking about bringing everything into balance, right? So, or maybe you did that with Blades of Victory. Maybe they get to just reroll charges. I mean, that is their power now anyway. But if you just make that globally across the board, I don't know. I think that's
brotherhoods that need buffs.
and that's
it's just. There's so many brotherhoods that are like can work. But
that's my point.
You have to build your whole fucking army around it, and
like,
usually that army is not competitive at all.
So what is it? Who was saying earlier? I meant to actually bring this up. Somebody mentions that like Voldus got done dirty, man.
Fucked up, right?
Like Voldus was like in every 8th edition.
Yeah,
he was in every 8th edition. He knew 3, denied 3. He was like fucking shit up
when I came back.
Oh man,
now I don't fucking use them anymore.
Yeah, like Voldus was good, and now it's like, oh nope, you have to bring word makers. And you're like, cool.
And it even says his aura is only for.
Well, yeah, I mean he's the grandmaster
and he
of
lost the plus. Yeah, and he lost the +1 psych power.
Like here's the thing, okay. You make the ward makers passive. Wait for it. Are you ready?
+1 psychic
You
power.
sitting down? +1 to cast. That's it. Now they have +1 to cast, +1 to deny from being Grey Knights. You give them nothing else. But like suddenly it's like, oh shit, I kind of want to take ward makers. Fuck yeah, +1 to cast, because Tyranids are coming out and they're -1 to everybody all the time.
Bitches.
Yeah, like you want it, so you're like, I don't get anything else, but I get +1 to cast. That's fucking rad. And then you get to choose, like, do you want to be a melee powerhouse where you just ignore it and whatever, or do you want to get your buffs off like reliably all the time? Which way do you want to play? But they didn't do that.
And then you bring the champion. No. The one where what's our HQ where you can spend 1 or 2 CP to +1 to cast?
That's the Brotherhood Captain? Or the Brother Captain.
Yeah, the Brother Captain. So now you get +2 to cast on everything.
Yeah,
and you're reliably getting like a whole unit of just psychic shit walking up the table.
And if you have a Word Maker's Grandmaster with the gem, you get +3. Who gives a shit? You get +3 once a game.
Yeah.
1,000 Suns can spend sorcery points to just make a thing not deniable every turn.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean,
they had, so I play a player that uses that.
So fun. Like for them, that's so fun. Those Cabal points are so fun, right? You get to pick. You've got all these options. You get to do this shit.
And they have +1 to cast.
Yeah.
If we lost that, and they got it.
Kieran in chat is actually saying that he plays 1,000 Suns and the Colts really changed the way that they play, and that's my point, right? Is like, actually here, let me actually look this up. So 9th edition, we'll go to, let me go to my web browser, factions, 1,000 Suns. If we look at the Great Cult keyword, all right, so there's what, 10 cults? I don't know. I'm not going to actually count these. But if you go to Cult of Prophecy, okay, so they also got, all right, so they kind of got what we got in a way. So they got a psychic power and a warlord trait, But then they got a Sorcerer Arcana, or Sorceress Arcana, which is either a passive buff or a targeted buff based on how I can read this. And I'm, for any Thousand Suns players out there, I'm very, 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 like, sorry. I'm half drunk and I'm going through this very fast. But, like, you get this... Yeah, here, so the Cult of Magic gets a passive ability, it looks like. So every Cult of Magic Psyker within... Oh, no, that's a bonus for one bearer. Yeah, anyway, I wish we had more of that stuff, right? Like, we get a power, which is great. Like, not to say it's... And we get a Warlord trait. And we get a strat. And generally speaking, for the Brotherhoods, 2 of the 3 of those were hits, and the other one was a miss, generally. So, like, for the Prescient Brethren, which is a Brotherhood I run all the time, like, that's an amazing fucking strat. That's great. A++, love it. It's a good Warlord trait. Regen 1 CP, love it, awesome. Psychic power, meh.
It's honestly, it's okay.
Meh.
It's not crazy. It's just an additional power.
Yeah, but it's like you have to even remember it exists when you need to use it. You know what I mean? Like, oh shit, that's right. If they, like, the problem with that power is it's 12 inches.
Yeah.
So it's a 12-inch cast, and anytime an enemy moves, advances, or charges, they can take on a roll D3 mortal wounds, and if you roll a 6, they just take 3 or something. I don't remember. It's not that good. And the problem is it's 12 inches. If it's 18 inches, then you could be like, hey, that witch unit on turn 2 now has this. If they move, D3. If they advance, D3. If they charge, D3. Guess what? By the time they get to us, they're probably fucking dead. But that's not the way that that power actually works. It's 12 inches. So it's like they move, advance, and charge. It's like they're not going to advance. They're just going to move. You're going to lose 1 or 2, and then they're going to just wipe your whole, like, 5-man squad. Because witches are great.
So it basically goes off twice every time you cast it, because it's advance.
You hope.
And the charge, so you can go, yeah, exactly.
But rapiers...
It's great for obliterators. You're facing chaos. They have 3 wounds. So if they, like, come down and they, like, you know, you cast on them, you can literally kill an obliterator just by them moving.
But obliterators don't want to move. They want to stand still and shoot. Because if they move,
the melee ones are.
Oh yeah, so the obliterators are the ones that drop down and then you roll for their strength and their AP and their damage.
They just blow you up.
That unit, and then they can fire twice. That is such a cool unit. Like, it's a little ridiculous that they swing so much on the rolling, but that's actually a really cool unit. And they are neat models. And I don't like chaos models at all. That's a neat model.
The mutilators are the ones that, like, drop down and they can charge you and just kill you. So if you guess on that unit, they can't move or charge you because they just die because they're only 3 wounds.
Kieran is saying we should look at Cult of Duplicity. I know we had talked earlier about Liam Hackett's Cult of Time build and just bringing back 2 Terminators every fucking turn like a crazy person. He's a very good player, but in each of your command phases, if the bearer is on the battlefield, it can read from the Perfidious Tome. If it does, roll 1d6 on a 1. Your opponent gains 1 command point. On a 4+, you gain 1 command point.
Wow.
That's weird. Sorcerer's Facade is a blessing. Warp charge value of 8. That sucks, but you also have Cabal points if you really need it to go off. You can. Select 1 friendly Cult of Duplicity infantry or monster unit within 6 inches of this Psyker. Remove it from the battlefield and set it up anywhere on the field that is more than 9 inches away. That sounds familiar. It sounds like
They have a
Gate,
lot of the same powers,
which is exactly what Kieran said. Is they effectively get Gate. Yeah. Yeah, I don't.
They have one that like that might be it. But I was talking to the Thousand Suns player who I play. I was like, do you have any way to like teleport a deep strike? He's like, oh, well, I can literally teleport anybody anywhere on the table. I'm like, oh, that's cool.
So you're like, that's bullshit. Oh wait, anymore. Hold on, I have that on on every HQ.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, I can do that with anybody.
That's hilarious.
But they get it for free. That's fucked up. Yeah, the Cabal points make you just pass it manually.
Yeah, I mean that's like a really neat thing, right? We didn't get that. I mean, we have our tides, which are like our Space Marine doctrines that we get to pick, and we can say in the whole game if we want. So like, tides isn't bad. It's not. I just wish we had more flexibility where like Space Marines get to be like, okay, yeah, the rest of my army is in tactical doctrine, but I want this unit to be in Devastator. Yeah. We don't get that. And I would love to see if it's like, you know, you get to pick, you know, for 2 CP, regardless of the tide anyone's in, you just pick a unit and they're in whatever tide you need them to be in. So if you really need a Grandmaster Dread Knight to be in tide of conversions because you're like me and you fucked up your movement phase and he's too far away, like you can do that, right? Or if you like really need a unit of interceptors that came out of Deep Strike, you absolutely need them to charge, you can put them in like celerity.
I don't know if I would pay 2 CP for that though.
I mean 2 1 like anyway, my point is I think that I would actually change that based on the Brotherhood. So like the way I envision this is each Brotherhood would get their own tide that they could switch someone to for like 1 CP. And then the Ward Makers would be able to change any unit that they wanted to any tide for 1 CP. And that's their thing, right?
That would make them be run.
Like the Ward Makers are like that's where like the most powerful of the Psychers go, who don't go to the Prognosticars. So like if that's where all the most powerful Psychers go, shouldn't they have the most psychic flexibility? Right? So like give them the +1 to cast and let them for 1 or 2 CP set one unit into whatever doctrine tide, that they want. Because right now I think it's mainly a warlord trait, depending on the chapter. I think like, was it Ultramarines can set you back 1 doctrine for 2 CP, and then there's a warlord trait for all Space Marines that lets you just pick a unit, but then it needs to be within 6. Anyway, I'm saying there's a lot of options that we have, and that would be really neat. Right, and that would give the
almost every Space Marine army brings that. Like it's such a good thing to bring.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's that's my point. Is that I think it was just missed. Like it was halfway there. They like got it really close, and then they're just like, "Fuck, we have to go work on the like Thousand Suns book now." And they like ran off and went and like worked on that book or whatever. You know.
I don't know why they got rid of the 3 casts. Like Voldus still would be brought.
Aramon has it.
You can cast 3 times. Yeah.
Aramon and Magnus are, to my knowledge, the only units in the game now that that on their base sheets have cast 3, deny 3 now. Voldus used to be one of those 3 units that actually could do that, but not anymore. He's now cast 2, deny 2, which is still very good.
I wouldn't even bring him. Yeah, but still, I would rather bring a librarian. But if he can cast 3, then you bring him, you know?
Yeah.
And you don't even care about his fucking aura. You're like, you know what? Hold us anyway, you know?
Yeah. And that's, like, that's the trick, right? Is you don't want to make one Brotherhood so good. Because as it stands right now, for most competitive lists for Grey Knights, you're gonna bring the Swordbearers. You're just going to, because the +1 to wound is so fucking strong in an army that has strength 5 and strength 8 shooting. Like, the Dread Knights have strength 5, strength 8. That's it. So the +1 to wound is actually very good, especially on that silencer.
And you can do 1 CP to make it strength 9, 6.
Yeah. And you can also cast the 1 power to, like, you know, do +1 damage, which is even more fantastic. But, like, that -1 or +1 to wound power is why you bring sword bearers. The rest of that stuff is available to every Grey Knight unit ever. But you constantly see a Grandmaster and 3 Dread Knights in an Outrider. Is it Outrider? Vanguard? Spearhead. Bam! So you see those 4 Dread Knights in a Spearhead in like every competitive list because of the +1 to wound power. It's that fucking good. Like, swinging a roll that much is that good. 3s become 2s. 5s become 4s. That's like, you know, mathematically, that is actually making your shooting 16.6% better. And that's not accounting for the shift in, like, you know, like 3 to 2, yes, is 16% better than the 3, but it's actually, you know, what, 80% better than a 6. So, you know, like, right? It's not actually 16% better. It's actually better than that. I just can't put the math into words at the moment. But, like, everybody brings sword bearers because that's so fucking good. And then, like, you basically choose between Blades of Victory, Rapiers, or Prescient Brethren. That's it. Nope. No one takes fucking Silver Blades. Have you seen their passives are thematic and fun, or their, like, powers? It's thematic and fun, but, like, who gives a fuck if you get to shoot your Stormbolters into melee?
Combat. Yeah.
Like, this edition is so killy. Like, if you don't
last through 1 combat anyway.
5 Silver Blade interceptors get charged by 5 witches, there are no interceptors. It's just not a thing. Even with like Sanctuary, that is not probably going to happen. You're then saying you'd rather cast with your 2 interceptors left. You would rather cast a power to shoot 8 times than to just fucking smite them? Get the fuck out of here. That's not true. No one's gonna do that. Yeah.
And it's like that 1 power where they gave us, which was so freaking good. But again, you're right. If anybody survived, there's nobody that's going to survive.
No one survives.
I forget which Brotherhood, but it's like, if you cast a psych power, you roll a d6 for every unit that's left in the army.
That's the exactors, I think.
They take a mortal wound.
Yeah.
So is that the one where you get to heroic intervene?
Yeah.
You can spend a CP for that? Yeah.
Which is really cool. I think that should be a passive.
Awesome.
If that whole army got to just heroically intervene,
if we had
cool would that be?
As a main stratagem, that would be fucking awesome.
No, if that was just a passive. If that army just got to heroically intervene.
Oh, they just got it, yeah.
Like,
I tried that out, and I never got
basically
to use power because everybody died.
Grey Knight Space Wolves.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody would be alive.
And it's the exactor power is arguably very good. It is very, very good into niche armies that aren't good right now. So, like, it's really...
If I get charged by 30 Orc Boy mob squad, and I have 1 guy left, I just roll 30 dice and I'll pour up everybody. So
it's super good against hordes. So, like, if Silver Tide Necrons were still a thing, they aren't right now. But, like, if you could charge into 20 Necron warriors, you kill, you know, 11 of them, 6 stand back up, so they have 15, or they have like 16 left. They swing back, they kill 1 or 2 of your Terminators. On your next turn, you get to actually use that like power, it's actually very good. It's actually ridiculously good, especially against Necrons, where they don't get reanimation protocols in the
ones.
Yeah, the psychic phase. They're just like, can't do anything about it, and they just die. But like, you don't see that, right? If like, if we saw gaunt carpets, where it's like, okay, I'm gonna bring my 12 Hive Guard and my 2 Exocrine, and then, 780 points worth of fucking gaunts, and like you had to carve your way through 100 fucking gaunts, it'd be great. You could kill 11 of them on every psychic phase, right? But like, it's just, the meta isn't there. That's not a thing right now. Nobody takes exactors for the psychic power. You take it for the strat. The strat is actually really niche and really fun and interesting because one unit for one CP gets to heroically intervene. But
But again, I tried it, and literally, if you play a good player, which tournaments you will, they're just like, okay, let me just stay 3 inches out of everybody.
I'm 3.1 inches away.
Yeah.
And you're like, fuck, okay. I guess he's 3.1 inches away, right?
He's good. He's good.
But if the whole army had it passively, even
passively would be
a really good player has to keep that in mind for the whole army, and they have to like negotiate terrain and do all that stuff, which makes for a very interesting game to watch, because a lot of winning a 40k game happens in the movement phase, right? So if you do things that change the movement phase, including the charge phase, because they may move really close to you and not charge, like they may be move blocking you or whatever, and if you get to just be like, nope, fuck you, here's 5 strikes with hammer hand, and they just are now in your face. Oh, by the way, it's your turn, so I swing first. That is like a really rude awakening, right? But that would change, like, let's say you go to an RTT, you're playing whatever army you can possibly think of, and you play 3 Grey Knight players, but they're all playing different brotherhoods with different unit combinations. Like, is that not a more interesting game, like, tournament for you? Like, you're playing one guy who plays exactors. All of his units get to heroically intervene. So he tells you that he's a nice guy. You got to think about that, like change up your whole strategy. You then go play a guy who plays sword bearers, and he's got a bunch of Terminators and 2 fucking Land Raiders, and he says, hey, by the way, I can move them up the board and get out and charge on the same turn. Oh shit, okay, I gotta really think about that. How am I gonna play this game? It doesn't matter that you're playing Grey Knights 3 times. It matters that you're playing 3 different players. You're playing the playstyle that they want with the armies that they want to play, and it is 3 very different games. Just like if you go play Black Templars versus like fucking like Salamanders versus Ultra Marines. They're all Codex-based Marines. They all have their like different rules that make them slightly different and play very differently. And it's a different game every time. But we didn't get that for Grey Knights for some fucking reason. If you do that with Orcs, right? Play one guy who's playing Goths, you play one guy who's playing Freebooters, you play one guy who's playing like Blood Axes, they're gonna have way different lists, way different styles of play, and you're gonna have way different games. Why didn't Grey Knights get that? And I will fucking, like, I've said it a million times in this 3-hour-long video, and I'll say it a million more fucking times, but like, why didn't we get... And I know that there's always in competition, competitive games, there's always going to be the best builds that come to the front. I get that, but like, why can't there be more competition between what's good and what isn't? It's like, nope.
If we had 3 different options of competitive play, that would be so fun.
Right.
Like,
even 3.
It's like rapiers and 30 interceptors and 3 dread knights. Like that's so and that's what I hate, is like, if you ever watch my videos, it's like every single video is a different list. because I hate playing the same shit over and over and over again. It's so
See,
boring to me.
I'm not good enough where like I can play different lists, because then I'll forget what the list that I'm trying to take to a tournament can do, because I'm like, I don't fucking know. I think it gets
Like,
oh wait, no, I'm sorry, that does
champions.
this other thing. My bad. Like I don't have the brain space for that shit.
Well, you play multiple armies. I only play Grey Knights. So
I
have to
only
memorize
play two.
One thing.
I only play
That's
two.
100% more than what I play. So
to be fair, Deathwatch is like playing 3 fucking other armies, because they get to do so much other stuff. Like
their bikes can move through fucking terrain and shit.
their bikes can move through walls. Like, dude, like some of their units get to heroically intervene for CP, and like some don't. And then, if most of the models in one squad are T5, the whole squad has T5. There's like a million ways you can fuck with somebody's mind with that army, which is part of why it's fun. Yeah. I think I'm just drawn to like complicated bullshit armies. Like I don't play custodes, right?
Play custodes. That's your next army is custodes.
Yeah,
like just to make
there's
super
nothing.
Elite.
It's so easy.
I would play custodes. I probably will. I'll probably pick up a battle box when custodes come out. But with the Grey Knights thing with the Brotherhood, like I think it's boring that you can play any Brotherhood and play the same type. Like I can run the same list in any single Brotherhood, and it literally feels the same way. I'm running Prescient now, and it feels the same as Rapiers. I'm running Sword Bearers now, it feels the same as Prescient. Like, it's the same fucking list, and I don't get anything special for it. Yeah, I might spend 1 CP to get 1 unit to roll special, or I might spend 1 psychic power to have 1 unit do something different. That's it. Because you can't run 2, or you can't cast 2 of the Brotherhood powers.
You can,
tide, which
but
in
only in a
tide.
shitty tide.
Nobody's in the tide.
Yeah,
Nobody's
exactly.
in the tide.
Like
Nobody's
that tide is so
exist.
that tide is so
Doesn't
bad.
Exist. So you don't ever see that.
Okay, actually, that
and you
tide.
only spend 1 CP.
That tide isn't bad. It's that the other tides are so much better. So my friend Levi, he plays Iron Warriors all the time, and he has for years and years and years and years, multiple editions, whatever. He's got a greater like he loves to run demon engines, so he's got like, I think the army I fought him last, it was a greater brass scorpion, it was 2 disco lords, it was 2 mauler fiends, it was 1 of the giant dragon things that I can't remember the name of now. Yeah. And so I was like, okay, man, I'm in Tide of Banishment. You're going to be in Tide of Banishment the whole game. And he's like, what's that do? And I'm like, I get to reroll hits and wounds of 1 in ranged and combat against demons. And he's like, the fuck you say? And I'm like, no, for real. That's what I get to do now. And he's like, great. Because he had... The only non-demon units he had was 2 10-man or 20-man units of cultists, and then 2 5-man squads of Chaos Marines, who are all 1 wound and fucking awful. So who cares? So like, if I'm charging his like Chaos Marines, it's over, because I've already killed everything else, right? Like... And I was like, I'm really sorry, man, but like, this is, I'm going to fucking school you. And he's like, okay, let's do this. And I got his Greater Brass Scorpion down to like 5 wounds on turn 1. I killed it turn 2, or like maybe swinging back on his turn 1. I killed it because we were playing Vital Intel. So he started as close to me as he could, and I think he got off a charge on a turn 1, and I think I like killed it on the swing back. It was just like, I feel bad. Like, I know the Chaos armies are supposed to get something soon, but I'm like, Tide of Banishment against you is like really good.
It is.
But
we used to have a thing with Demon, like we just innately had it.
I'm so glad that they got that's like, gone.
Hey,
I'm so glad that that's gone.
Everything against demons we were just better at.
Yeah.
So you face a demons player, you were just more likely to win.
I'm so glad
now
that's
we have
gone.
to be in a tie for it to happen.
Yeah. Well, so that all used to be baked into every data sheet. So like, even if you're fighting Space Marines, you had to pay a points cost, right, to like get full wound smite against demons, even though Ultramarines aren't going to bring demons. It's not fucking possible. It doesn't happen. So it's like, we were paying all these extra points for these bonuses. Oh, we get to reroll ones in combat against demons or whatever, which is kind of actually one of my problems with Deathwatch. Is like, great, I charge Xenos and I get to reroll ones in combat just innately, which is a great buff. But if I'm fighting demons or Imperium or Chaos, I don't get to so I'm like paying for that, but I don't get to use it, and that doesn't feel good. But like, Drukhari don't care. They just fucking reroll everything against everyone all the time and then fuck you up with +1 to hit and -1 damage and like.
And you fight last.
Yeah, like reroll all wounds for 2 CP or whatever it is. Fucking Drukhari. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm playing Thick City tomorrow, actually.
Good luck, man.
I've never played it before.
If you so
I'm gonna record it so you get to see it.
There's a video on my channel where I played Denise Liana Gama, who's a very good player in Australia on TTS, because I'm like, hey man, I gotta play Thick City. How's it play? You don't have to watch that one. I got my ass kicked. Okay, that's all you really need.
What would you say about it? Like, what would you, if you were to give me a hint?
So later,
what would you say?
So the next week, I had Cannon Biggs, who is the like 50th ranked Grey Knight player. He won best overall at the New Orleans Open by Games Workshop. He's a great player. He and I stepped through my whole game, and he like actually pointed out where I fucked up. And I fucked up turn 1 because I got to go first. And he's like, you misunderstand Thick City on a fundamental level. What you ought to have done is gated or shunted up and shot all of his OBSEC. And I'm like, well, I don't want to send a 185 point Dread Knight up to go like kill 80 points of racks. And he's like, no, you're misunderstanding. If you killed those racks, he would have had to leave his grotesque there to raise banners. His grotesque wouldn't have even moved out till turn 2. You're going first. You would have been able to shoot, charge, or he has to abandon the objective, shoot, or not that they can actually shoot, but he could have charged you turn 1 with his grotesque, but now he has nothing left on that objective to hold it or raise banners. Or he could have left a succubus behind to hold the fucking objective. And I'm like, that's a good point. It's a real good point.
That
Like,
makes sense.
yeah, like the succubus can't raise banners. It's a character. The grotesques are infantry, so they can do it. But if the racks aren't there, he gets to make a choice. Like, do I abandon the objective entirely and wipe this fucking Dread Knight off the field? Or do I... So my advice, my shitty advice, because remember, just to be completely honest with you, I have never beat Drukhari in my entire 40k career ever. With either Deathwatch or Grey Knights. I've never beat them. Now, granted, I only play 2 Drukhari players, and they're both way more experienced than I am, but I have never beaten them. So, with that grain of salt, avoid their thick city as much as possible. Like, remember, the Talos have Meltas, but only at like 18-inch range. The Grotesques have no range at all. So if you can stay outside of their like charge range, you're safe. Shoot their OBSEC, take their shit away from them. Make it so that they're now spread out and having to like come to you, because the game that they want to play is where they start on their side and they just slowly roll towards you. And if you don't jump in their backfield, if you aren't shooting and charging and like disrupting their backfield, they're going to win. You can't stand up to them. You can't. They are toughness 7. The Taluses with a homunculus behind them, which they will have, are toughness 7. They are 7 wounds apiece. They're a 3 model unit. They have a feel no pain of 5. They punch like a motherfucker in combat. They have Melta at range. I don't know why Games Workshop is like, yeah, we're gonna nerf the stuff that's doing really well, and we're gonna buff the stuff that isn't on an army that's been like doing really well for the last 9 fucking months. But they did that, so holy crap.
So like, that's definitely good advice. I'll try that tomorrow. I'll record it and I'll let you know if it was good.
Ignore the Talos and the Grotesque as much as you possibly can. Like you won't be able to ignore them forever because they get advanced and charge and all that stuff. But like, ignore them for as long as you can. Play the mission, try to get all your secondaries off and stuff like that. Don't grind them down. Don't do it. You can't grind them down. You can't. It's impossible.
I stopped taking that objective. I've lost so many tournaments, like missions with that specific. Because like the last GT I was at, I lost by 1 point, and it was to grind it down. Like if I wouldn't have just not taken grind them down, I would have.
It is so good against old school Drukhari, and it is amazing against non-Black Templar Space Marines,
which is all I see.
But like, you will kill more non-Black Templar Space Marines than they can. It's just like, I've got a friend. He's a great player. He's a very like lovable guy. He loves his Ultra Marines. I've never lost.
Really?
I just haven't lost to his Ultra. His Ultra Marines just don't do enough stuff. They don't stop Grey Knights. They can't. They like, he gives -1 to hit to 1 unit. I don't give a shit.
Tell him to run. I lost the Ultra Marines the first time I ever played in 9th edition. It was against John. He ran 2 war suits, which get to start advance 9 inches away from you. He has the redeploy, so if he needs to redeploy him back, if he does the first
2 CP though.
Worth it. And
ours is 30 points. His is 2 CP. I'd rather spend 30 points.
100%. And then he has 2 guys in like buildings that you can't shunt or deep strike within 12 inches of them.
Yeah.
So basically,
infiltrators. Yeah.
Yeah. So you run 2 infiltrator units, and then you run 2 war suits. And if you go first turn, you literally can move up, shoot, and charge. 2 war suits in your face, and then you can't like shunt or do anything because of the infiltrators.
Yeah.
So that against me, I was like, "What the fuck do I do?" Like that was probably the first time.
I think that is so the good. John Lennon list, actually. He was doing pretty well after Drukhari and AdMech. Actually, it might have been before AdMech came out. I don't remember. Anyway, John Lennon was actually doing very well with Ultramarines. He had like 2 Incursor squads, 2 Invictor war suits. All 4 of those could actually forward deploy, and then yeah, the infiltrators, just because like the 12-inch deep strike deny is amazing. Not even against Grey Knights, where it is incredible, but like it's amazing anyway. It's just amazing.
Because like if you have them up front and then you block your backfield, like the Grey Knight player isn't going past the center line. Like you're
no, it's
not
very
going anywhere.
Yeah, it's very, very good. Like it's very, very good against Grey Knights, but it's very good anyway.
Yeah.
Like it's very good regardless. It's very, very good against Grey Knights. But like, you know, I don't think I've ever played a Death Guard that didn't try to put some Terminators in Deep Strike. It's like, well, if I block out my whole backfield, just like fuck you, like have a great time. Your Terminators move 5 fucking inches. Like it's 12 inches. They literally cannot, like the way that the charge rule is specified is if you are without, or if you are not within 12 inches, you can't even declare a charge. It doesn't matter if you have plus 18 to charge. You can't declare one. If you come down outside of 12 inches, you are now not within 12. You are at 12.000001 inches away. You cannot declare a charge.
Yep.
So your your 150.3 man Death Shroud Terminators that you spent 1 CP to put in fucking Deep Strike are going to stand there with their thumb up their asses for 1 turn while I can redeploy my whole army if I need to, or I could just be like, you know what, this objective, I didn't really like it anyway. Right? I'm out of here. Or stand there and just take it and, you know, like stop them for 1 turn, right? Like, I don't know.
Yep. And that was the first time I lost against Ultramarines. It was like my first mission back in 9th edition. So I was like, oh, I'll deep strike my my Dread Knights, you know.
Yeah.
and he like deployed them so far forward. I was like, what the fuck is this shit? Like I'm brand new to 9th edition.
Yeah.
Was that so he's like redeploying his like dread suits in front of me. I'm like, well, this fucking sucks,
man.
So if then I've never not deployed my Dread Knights on the table.
If you're ever up for it, we should play a TTS match. I'll play my Death Watch where I get to give my eliminators a 12-inch no deploy bubble, and that'll fucking annoy the shit out of you.
I played Death Watch with Blood Angels, and they had turn 1, so the guy has a 12-inch move before the game. So basically, they have a 12-inch move, and then you can move, and then a charge. So I forget, it was at my last tournament. Yeah, in Death Watch. So it was Blood Angels, but Death Watch. So Death Watch had like a small detachment.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think I see what you mean, yeah.
So basically they can pregame move 12 inches.
I've never heard of a pregame move. Like that's not the way that usually works. There is a stratagem called Brotherhood of Veterans where 1 unit gets to pick a chapter tactic of any other Space Marine, so they can get like advance in charge, or if they're White Scars, or they can do like Blood Angels +1 to wound on the charge, all that stuff. My dog is barking at something. It's probably nothing, but if I don't go stop him, he'll just bark. So the latest question was, it seems that Games Workshop hates elites armies. So what do you think of that? Go.
I mean, it's cool that they give us 6 elite slots, and Grey Knights actually do have a lot of elites. So if you don't run Dread Knights, because it's funny because I made a couple when I was getting my army sent out to be painted. I just run a shit ton of Dread Knights or Dreadnoughts. So basically, like, is Dreadnoughts, Venerable Dreadnoughts, Servitors, you know, shit like that. Those are like the elites. But with the elite army, I guess you mentioned elite armies. Custodes, Grey Knights. What else is an elite army? Is that it? Custodes, Dread Knights, Grey Knights. Shit that like doesn't have a lot of options. Um, it might just be people complaining about it because with an elite army, they only have a certain amount of choices. So with us, there's not that many choices. So if they were to just nerf one of our 3 choices that we have, we just have to spam something else or find something that works in that slot. Which with us, there's nothing else that works. There's only Purgation Squad and Dreadnoughts or Land Raiders. So Land Raiders are so freaking expensive that you don't want to spam those because it's pointless. So you bring Purgation Squad. If you don't want to bring Purgation Squad, then just forget heavy support altogether. Grey Knights don't have any heavy support. And then go into Fast Attack. Fast Attack's now full because there's only 30 Interceptor squads. Then you go into the Elite side, which is Dreadnoughts. Start spamming Dreadnoughts. I enjoyed it, spamming the Dreadnoughts. I have a couple videos on my channel with that. But if you run 3 Dreadnoughts and then like 2 Tech Priests and a Grand Master, they all reroll 1s to hit. You can spend 1 CP on a Dreadnought for everything in 6 inches, reroll 1s to wound. So basically they're going to hit and reliably, and basically you just have a gun line. So you have all your Interceptors running around doing whatever they got to do. You now have your Dreadnoughts on your side of the table shooting fucking forever far away, controlling like the objective because they can still cast Psychic Ritual, I believe, because they're a Psyker. Might be an infantry, somebody let me know. But they cast the power and then they can still shoot. So that's basically going to be the list. Like if they nerf Dreadknights into the ground, it's like if you bring 1 and you don't go first, it's going to die. So I don't think they're going to nerf it that much. I think you're still going to be able to run 3, maybe 4 of them. But I'm starting to run lists that don't rely on them. So I'm starting to run lists that have like 3 or fewer. If you have 3 Dreadknights and the rest are like really hard hitting infantry / tanks, it might be more fun to do. But
so Nevin Smith, who is in the chat and has also done very well at multiple GTs running Death Watch, says that Blood Angels can pregame move on Death Company units, but I am not certain that Death Watch gets Death Company rules. Nevin would honestly know more than I do. So Nevin was running the 3 Corvus Black Star lists for a while, and when Dracaria first came out, so when they were still busted as fuck, like when Dark Technomancer, Liquefier Guns, Silverworked, all that shit, he actually almost tabled Brad Chester at a GT with his 3 Corvus lists. So he knows what he's talking about. It's just that the way that he phrased what he said does not make it entirely clear whether Death Watch can do what Death Company can do. He says they don't. So I don't know if that guy who got that 12-inch pregame move on you was cheating, whether he knew it or not. But I don't think they can do that, man.
So who can you bring with Blooding? Is that Death Company? Or?
As Death Watch?
Okay.
Is that the question?
I mean, he did it. He had Blood Angels as his main detachment, and then he had like a small 5-man unit of the guys with the jetpacks. Death Company, Death Watch.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see. All right. So there's a nomenclature confusion here. Yeah. So Death Watch is a faction. Death Company, and there's a lot of Death this, Death that. There's like Death Watch, Death Guard, Death Company, Death whatever. Anyway, Death Watch is a Space Marines faction. Death Company is a specific unit type for the Blood Angels Space Marine chapter. The Death Company can actually do that crazy pregame move. Now I understand what the confusion was. Yeah.
Sorry about that. Death Company had a 12-inch move before the game, and then he moved another 12 inches, and then he assaulted my Grandmaster turn 1.
Yeah, that's why when you said Death Watch, I was like, I don't think we can do that. And if we can, I don't know how I didn't learn about it, because I would fucking do that.
It was very good. So I had to proc my 3++ turn 1 before I even got to do anything. And I saved like 5 out of 6 of them, so I only took 3 damage. And then I killed the fucking unit that charged me because I had Hammer of Righteousness.
Yeah, so so Nevin says, LOL, 40k writers have a very limited vocabulary. So it's 100%. Death this, death that, death this other thing, death. Yeah.
Yeah, so that was the first time I faced that, because most of the time it's either my army doing it or Space Marines, which they get to deploy so far forward, or Orcs. They have the
commandos?
The commandos that can do it. Yeah, they're really good.
Although, so commandos are good, not to say that they aren't, but they're at least somewhat fragile, and when they're near cover, even if they aren't in cover, if they're just near it, they still get the like the save, which is nice. But it's not so good that it's like game breaking, you know? Like, it's common to see Orc players run commandos, stick them up front, forward deploy them, put on some pressure, hold those front objectives, but it's also, they don't cost that much, and they're not that hard to kill. So unless you are completely caught off guard and or don't expect them, right? Like, they're not that big of a deal to deal with. And with infiltrators, I would argue we're actually, or infiltrators, interceptors, I'm sorry. We are actually uniquely kind of equipped to deal with them, because we can run forward, shoot and move in the psychic phase, and then if we shoot and kill them all, guess who owns the objective now? It's us. And if we shoot and we don't kill them all, we can decide, well, do we want to move on the objective and at least body block and hold it, or do we want to move to the side and let like something else deal with it, like based on how close it is to our deployment zone and blah 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 blah. So like, we can actually kind of shoot and screen that crap out. As great, like, not a lot of armies have that option, but as Grey Knights we do, so that's nice at least.
Have you tried the Blades of Victory attachment yet?
No, I think I haven't,
you should run that.
I haven't, for the sole reason of I have probably 4 dozen games of 40k under my belt entirely. Like, tournaments, playing with my friends, tabletop simulator, the whole 9 yards. Like, maybe 4 dozen. That might actually be a little high, but Blades of Victory seems very good. Ben Sherwin, my coach, really likes them, and he's done very well. He's won a GT with them, a super major. Actually, he was featured on NoobHammer. Anyway, he's very good. I have an interview with him if you want to watch that. But he loves it. But he's also so aware of the meta and what every army can possibly do, that for him, he's like, I can be aggressive as fuck all the time, because he knows how to be aggressive, how to deploy, to use that pregame move. I have none of that, like, meta knowledge yet. I just don't. So for me, like, I still pay 30 points for foretelling of locusts to make up for my mistakes in deployment. Where if I was a good player, I wouldn't deploy improperly in the first place, and then I could use foretelling of locusts to make up for my opponent's mistakes, or, you know, whatever. I'm just not at that level yet. I'm not that good. I played 1 RTT. It had 28 players. I came in 14th. So I'm literally the median player. Like, I am exactly 50%.
Oh my god. It's so aggressive, but it could also be defensive at the same time. Like you can bring Foretelling of the Locust and Blades of Victory. So that way like your unit of halberds or interceptors could be behind a building, and then turn 1 you get to move them 6 inches out of the building, and then they move out 12.
Yeah.
And then for Telling of Locust, you can move your 3 Dread Knights into position that you need to be. So if you have first turn, you put your Dread Knights where you want them to be, so that way they can get line of sight on whatever they want to shoot at. And then you can target a unit, whether it be the Interceptors or another Dread Knight, within 9 inches of you to move up 6 inches. So what I do is always have a Dread Knight in the back that has a shunt. You have a Grand Master that can move up 6 inches and then 9 inches turn 1, so it's 15 inches turn 1. Then you have your Interceptors, which is your targeting unit. They move up 18 inches. So basically you have a Grand Master, a Dread Knight that's shunted, Interceptor squad, and then you can have your other Dread Knight Grand Master, either Gate of Affinity, another Dread Knight up. So basically you have 3 Dread Knights and an Interceptor squad on the opponent's charging turn 1, and then you're just like, okay, go. Like you can just be so aggressive or defensive at the same time. It's just such a fun catch your opponent off guard list.
Cannon Biggs, who again is like the 50th rated, Grey Knight player ever. When I interviewed him, go ahead and watch that. Anyway, he was saying that he multiple games his first few rounds when he was playing people that he didn't know, he would actually keep a 10-man interceptor squad, not combat squatted, on purpose on those long edge maps, and he would do all that shit, and he'd be like 6-inch pre-move and 12-inch move and 8-inch charge, and now I'm in your fucking like nose, 8-inch re-rollable, and he'd be like in their deployment zone turn 1, and a lot of people are like, I don't know how to stop. I don't know how do you stop that? I don't know. I guess I just die now.
The best is Drakari, where they have all their transports on the edge of their zone, and you just literally multi-charge 6 transports on turn 1, and so they have to leave combat or fall back, so they can't shoot.
Yeah, if they fall back, they still can't disembark, right?
I don't know that rule, but at least like their D3+3 weapons aren't shooting your Dread Knights on turn 1.
That's true.
So even if you have a 5-man unit of interceptors, like you just throw them away, at least you can charge 5 fucking teleporters or transports on turn 1.
Yeah, that's called trading, my man. It's called trading. Another thing Cannon said he loved to do is if you got like first against fast armies, so like White Scars or Orcs or whoever like really wanted to like pour out and kind of stop you, is you can just block them.
Just put a line out.
Yeah, you're like, here's 5 interceptors, and now your trucks can't move out of your deployment zone until
what is that? That's 5 2 inches each, 1 inch base or 1.5 inch base, right? So
for the truck or for the interceptor?
No, like for the intercept. Like if you literally spread them out 2 inches apart plus the base size, that's a big fucking
exactly
FU line that they can't destroy and go around.
If I remember right, he was playing on the GW terrain, so it was pretty thick. So there were only like, I think the middle was kind of ruins, and then like the outside edges were kind of ruins, which only leave 2, 4, 5 really like passable areas for any like transports. So he ran up and he blocked 2 out of those 5, which means you have to go a long way around with truck boys, which do not want to go the long way around. They want to go straight at you, like pile out and then like fucking come at you, and they can't. And he's like, great, I get another turn. Like, yeah, I threw away 240 points of guys, but I get a whole nother turn to get board control and hold the objectives and set up a line for effectively to say, come at me, bro. Like, what do you do? Even if you're Grey Knights and another Grey Knight player did that to you, you're like, glad my interceptors can move across enemy models, I guess. So if you want, you can at least just go on with whatever like you're gonna go do.
I've played 3 Grey Knight matchups now, and I feel like whoever goes first essentially wins, because you know what to kill, like what to like tone down. So the last Grey Knight player I played was at the GT, and he had 4 Dread Knights, 2 Grandmasters, 2 regular Dread Knights, and I focused down the one Grandmaster that didn't have the shunt, so he died turn 1. I killed the 2 strike squads on the objectives turn 1, and then left everybody there. So I blocked out my part of the zone, so that way his Grandmaster couldn't shunt anywhere. So basically, my whole side of the table was fine. So he could only shunt to where I essentially wanted him to shunt, so that way I can get at least line of sight on him my turn. So his turn 1, he basically moved up, did whatever he did. He had paladins at the time, and paladins.
Well, there's this problem.
Grey Knight. Yeah, exactly. So paladins versus another Grey Knight player, you put empiric amplification on that unit, they just fucking die. Like, it doesn't matter what you have, like they're going to die. So my turn 2, I forced him to shunt, and he couldn't shunt anywhere. Like, he literally could only shunt in his corner, which I had 3 Dread Knights aiming at. So it's like, all right, do you want to shunt? And he's like, yeah, fuck it, sure, I'll shunt. So he shunts over to the other side, which all 3 Dread Knights are aiming at him. So then that Dread Knight dies. All the paladins die to shooting and charges because of empiric amplification. Like, if you're facing another Grey Knight player, obviously you're going to roll the 3 dice and drop the lowest, like the one strat that we have.
Sure.
But then he tries to do his strat that rolls 3 dice and drops the lowest. So it's literally whoever can just roll better at that time.
Yep.
Literally what it comes down to.
Really? And hold on. Are you trying to say in a dice game that whoever rolls better does better? Is that what you're saying?
Usually that's how it goes. Usually that's how it goes. Like,
I don't know if I believe that.
You might win.
Yeah.
You might win that game.
Yeah. If you roll better.
That's what happened to Sasha, though. Like the Black Templar player, he didn't stop.
You just keep bringing this up, don't you? You're really proud of that, aren't you?
That was my most recent game. So until I get a better game than that, I'm gonna keep talking about it. But whoever can deny, usually he didn't deny. So when it goes on your fucking character, you just die. The empiric amplification.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're a Grey Knight player and you know what to target master on the other team, you're gonna win. And that was the 3rd time I faced a Grey Knight player.
It's really funny because if you think of the math, if you think of just like the math, right? Without any buffs one way or the other, because with no +1 to cast, but then our like strat to do D3 or 3D6, and then, you know, anyway, like I'm just gonna assume there's no buffs, right? If you look at just data sheets, like Dread Knights just kind of bounce off of each other, right? Because it's like, so? Oh yeah, for sure. So the Psi cannons are only -2 AP, which brings you to your 4-up. They shoot 6 times. You're gonna save 3 of them. You're gonna only take 6 damage. The Psi cannon blasts you. It's only 1 AP. Okay, and that's assuming they all actually hit. So like, you're probably gonna actually take less. So let's say 4 damage, okay? So now you're at 9. So you're still on your top bracket. So then you're shot for another 12 shots. hitting on 3, so they're gonna hit 9 times. It's only AP 1, so you're gonna save 6 of those 9, take 3, so you're only down. You're what? You're down to 9 to 6, so you're barely bracketed at all. You get healed on your next, assuming a tech marine, so you're back on your, so basically, like, if you don't take 3 Dread Knights to kill 1 Dread Knight, you're effectively bouncing off. Like, they'll be around for another turn, they may be super, like, degraded or whatever, but, like, you really have to take 3 to kill 1. 3 to kill 1. So if you are like me, and you take 5, you're, like, kind of hoping you roll a little hot, and they roll a little cold, and maybe you get 2 Dread Knights on your turn. And that's assuming they give you them in the first place, which they really shouldn't.
You just said it. Is if it takes 3 Dread Knights to kill 1 Dread Knight, but I go first, now you're 1 Dread Knight less than me.
But if I'm going second, I'm not gonna leave them out in the open. Or when I deploy, I'm gonna assume I'm going to go second, okay? So the only one that will be out in the open, I'll leave 2 out there. One is the one without a teleporter. I don't give a fuck about generally in the game-wide plan, right? It's the one with no melee weapon and no teleporter. You're gonna kill it. You're gonna target my Grandmaster, who's going to shunt. And even if I can't shunt him into an advantageous spot like in your backfield, I'm going to move him behind cover. All right, and that's assuming that I didn't use foretelling to move that other guy back behind cover as well. So, like, turn 1 is kind of a wash. We both know we're probably going to do nothing against each other turn 1. Turn 2 is when, like, shit's going to go down, right? Like, I'm assuming turn 1, effectively nothing happens. So I'm making a lot of assumptions in this discussion, and I've never played a mirror match of Grey Knights. My friends, we always try to, it's not done on purpose, but I think we try to, like, not play armies everyone else is playing. And that way it's not like, oh, just 3 people are playing Grey Knights and one guy's playing Orcs, right? Or whatever, right? So I'm the Grey Knight player in my group that I play with frequently. So I haven't really faced the mirror at all. And I feel like the mirror would be that. It's like, well, I fantastically know to a fucking, like, T exactly what his whole army can do to me. So I know exactly what I have to do to not get punched in the dick. So I'm going to keep everything hidden that I possibly can. And then we'll play that weird sort of poking game for a turn or 2. And then whoever rolled the crappiest is going to lose turn 4 and 5, right? Like, that's kind of the way that it goes, right? Like,
yeah, from what I've seen, it's just when you play another Grey Knight player, if you can focus down first turn, you essentially win. Like, if you have the jump, because we have so much movement. Think about how much movement we have.
Yeah, and my math was actually wrong. Martin did, like, so Joshua Martin pointed out that my math is wrong. If I was actually in Tide of Shadows, it'd be a 2-up save against the silencer, not a 3-up.
Yep.
So whatever
spends 1 CP to make it +1 strength, +1 AP. But yeah,
right. Exactly. But, like, it's like effectively the kind of mathematically, obviously, like, you can roll hot or cold or whatever, but, like, mathematically, Dread Knights kind of bounce off one. Like, it's a whole bunch of this and not a whole bunch of die, right? So
think about if you have a list that's made to go super fast. Like, you have 1 Dread Knight that moves up 6 inches and they can move up 9, so that's basically 15 inches of walking literally around the building to get line of sight on something. Like, that always happens. You have another Dread Knight that can teleport, shunt, like, get up the table wherever the fuck you want it on turn 1, and then you have another Gate of Affinity. So you literally have 3 Dread Knights that can get on your Grandmaster or anybody that they want to see on turn 1.
If if they get shot at and you're going second, it's actually 4.
What do you mean?
If they fire at your Grandmaster and you get to actually shunt him forward.
Oh, no, I'm saying like if you're going first, like you can at least get 3 reliably on whatever they
as
whatever
blades
you want,
of victory, right?
Yeah, because you're setting up your Grandmaster last based off what they set up. So you're basically pre-measuring where you're going to move your Grandmaster turn 1 if you get turn 1, right? So let's say I put my Grandmaster up as far forward as possible in my last movement within range of their Grandmaster.
Sure.
And let's say I roll 1, right? I get first turn because that's the whole objective. So you move up and you get in range because you both agreed that, yes, he can see him if I move up turn 1, get to there. So he has range. Then your other Grandmaster or somebody can then get affinity somebody up to within range of somebody else, and then the other one can shunt. So it's basically 3 Dread Knights you have to kill whatever the fuck you want to kill turn 1. So if I do that, I'm willingly, yes, I'm going to do that to try and kill the 235 point Grandmaster without the shunt, without the Sigil of Exigence.
Right.
Now, if they only have one Grandmaster that has the Sigil of Exigence, yeah, I'm not. But I'm going to target the other Grandmaster or the other Dread Knight, maybe 2 Dread Knights, one with Empiric Amplification, hopefully get it off, and the other one just shoot the shit out.
Against an army with +1 to deny, and you don't have +1 to cast.
So you roll 3 dice, they roll 3 dice. It's literally the same thing. They just have +1 to cast. So again, it comes down to dice.
It's basically like it's
has so much a big advantage against a Grey Knight player than them going second.
It's funny that you mentioned that though, like, because if you and I are playing, okay, and you go first, and you're like, I'm gonna cast Empiric Amplification, and I'm like, I fucking know. And then I'm waiting for you to say, I'm gonna spend 1 CP to cast it at 3d6, and then I say, I will spend 1 CP to deny at 3d6. Like, it's an if-then statement, like, every time, right? If you don't say that you're gonna cast 3d6, I'm like honestly debating, like, okay, well, is he waiting to get off +1 to wound, or should I stop the +1 damage? I'll probably do it anyway, because who wants that, especially turn 1, right? Like turn 4, when they're gonna like target your Dread Knight that has 3 wounds left, it's like, who gives a fuck? But like turn 1, where it's like everyone's at full health and there's everything that everybody has can be brought to bear, it's like, oh, that's really important right now.
What really helped was the Gem of Anaktu on turn 1 on your Grandmaster. Like if you run 2 Grandmasters, one of them has a Gem of Anaktu, the one that has the Blades of Victory unit. So now you're at +1 to cast compared to their -1 to deny.
Yeah,
so you're almost always going to get it off.
That's what Ben said too, is for the mirror and for Thick City, you want to make sure that those casts go off. So, like, thing is, so gates, Empiric Amplification, and whatever the fuck the +1 to wound, Empiric Lodestone. Yeah. Bam. What's up? I got this. Anyway, all 3 of those powers are Warp Charge 7.
7.
So the +2 to cast is huge, even in a non-Tyranids game, like, you know, because they're going to be giving you like -1. Even against Grey Knights, where they have +1 to stop you from actually casting it, and they probably will, because there will probably be something within like 24 inches. Right, like the +2 is huge, even if you consider you're like fighting salamanders who didn't bring a librarian. The +2 is still really big, because going from a 7 on the dice to 5 on the dice is, you know, almost what, 40% easier? It's 33.3% easier to make that cast than it is without the +2. So you want that +2 regardless. And then when you are in those matchups where you're like, okay, now I have +2 and I have D3 or 3d6 to cast it, because I really need this to go off on turn 1 so that I can deal you this crippling blow, it becomes even more important, right? So, yeah. The gem is boring. Like, it's not an interesting game choice. +2 to cast, boo, whatever. But it is a good one. It's very good. But it's not like, it doesn't change the way you play. It's just like, now I have more reliability in getting off the cast that I want. And, if I remember right, it's all Dominus cast for that phase. So if you need to get off, like if you want to spend a CP and cast another power, and it's from the Dominus discipline. So let's say you want to cast Empiric Amplification, and you want to cast Gate in the same turn. If you can spend one CP and get +2 to cast both of those powers, which is pretty good.
That works with Vortex of Doom, which is what I usually take. So you spend 1 CP to roll 3 dice, and it works for both spells. And you can use the Gem of Anaktu, which works for both spells.
Yeah, it's
so you're getting the Vortex of Doom off time, which does 2d3 damage, and then you do the Empiric Amplification. So that's what I use my Blaze of Victory Grandmaster for. So that against a Grey Knight player.
I think it was Stuart Trainer I was talking about. He brings Drago, who can cast 2 and deny 2, but he knows 3. So he gives him Empiric Amplification, Gate, and I think it's Vortex. And he can't give him Gem, but what I'm saying is he puts all 3 Warp Charge 7 powers on the same character, and that way he spends 1 CP and goes from 2 casts to 3 casts, and then he spends 1 to cast all 3 of those on a D3 or 3D6, taking the highest. So he's like, suddenly it goes from not super reliable to very reliable, because 2 CP to do that is pretty good, especially when they're those 3 powers, which you almost always want to see go off. Like in a game of Grey Knights versus anything, like you're probably gonna gate every turn. You're probably gonna Empiric Amplification every turn, and you're probably gonna want to Vortex every turn. Like, it doesn't matter who you're fighting, right? Even if you're fighting Black Templar with their 5 up to mortal wounds, if you can do 4 mortal wounds and they save 1 or 2 of those, that's 2 that you did, and so yeah, it's pretty good. And then Gem lets you stick that on a non-named character for 2 casts, which is still also very good. So
you have to make sure if you take the Gem, you actually pick 2 from the Dominus. Like, some people take like 1 from the Sanctic, and it doesn't work. So if you play another Grey Knight player that doesn't know that, you're like, bro, what are you doing? That doesn't work on that one.
Yeah, I can't actually remember. So the Librarian, so
the Librarian, like, it doesn't work with
so all the ones I said are actually Dominus. So Gate, Empiric Amplification, Sanctuary, Vortex, Warp Shaping, which it's Warp Charge of 4, makes it actually impossible to not cast. And then Ghostly Bonds, which, if you don't look it up right now, and you can actually tell me what Ghostly Bonds does, I will give you internet points. Don't look it up. I see you looking around. What?
So I knew that because I actually used it on Drago before. It has the movement of the unit within like 18 inches, and it didn't really make a huge difference against Tyranids.
Motherfucker, he actually knew.
But
he knew. It halves still, within 18 inches.
Yeah, it still slows him down a little bit. But when you're playing somebody that can roll 3d6 to advance and 3d6 to charge, it doesn't really do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I use it against Tyranids.
Yeah, if it was all movement is reduced by half, That would be
like charges
super
and
good.
advance and shit like
But
that.
it just
Oh my god, it'd be so
it
good.
just says it halves the target unit's move characteristic. So if they go to 6, or if they are 6, they go to 3. They can still advance 6, and if they advance and charge, they can still charge 12. So
yeah, exactly. It's not a huge, crazy difference.
yeah,
You know?
it's not great. Get out of there! What are you doing? That's my chicken.
But Purify Flame is so good with a librarian with
Have you run
and
have you run the Mortal Wounds librarian before? I have not. I want to.
that
It
was
sounds
my favorite thing to do.
it sounds
when I first
memey and
started that.
hilarious, but I've never actually played it.
It's so fun in just fun games because you have at least a 9 mortal wound model coming down on turn 2 deep strike. Like you just know it's gonna happen. The reason I stopped running them is because in tournaments there's so many ways to get around it. Like Black Templar has the 4+ just deny, so you spend all this CP to get roll 3d6, drop the lowest, use your gem of knock too, and when you use all that shit you can't take it back. So they're like, oh, I'm just going to spend 1 CP, roll 4 up, and all of that shit just goes away. So there's so many ways to get around it in tournament play. But if you play like a fun list, yeah, run a librarian with Gem and Rock 2 and just go ham. But in tournament lists, it's so hard to play because there's so many ways to get around it.
But gem would only help on Vortex.
Yes, but also the psychic epitome, the warlord trait. So you get +1 mortal wound with both powers.
Excuse me, it's actually epitome.
Is it?
Yeah.
Psychic epitome.
Yep.
I don't know why I say epitome. I think I read it once. Epitome.
Because so this is a word that I have done this a million times. If I read it, it's epitome. Or if I say it, it's epitome. If I read it as epitome every time. And it took me like a long time to actually unlearn that. Like way too fucking long.
I'm gonna have to practice that. But
well,
it's 12:35 here. A lot of shit to do tomorrow.
that's fair. I was actually going to ask you if you had any stories where that thing went like Nova and just killed something. But also, if you have to go, it is 12:35 there on the East Coast, and I understand if you have to bounce. So, which means, dear listeners, this is your last opportunity to ask us questions. So if you've been sitting on the sidelines thinking about asking a question, including what am I eating, what was I drinking, what was Derek drinking, how many times did he go pee, which was at least 6. I don't know what is wrong with you, but maybe
or 3. It's fine.
Yeah, or 3, whatever, you know. It's more funny if you exaggerate, sir.
100%.
Yeah. By 100%, which is exactly what I did.
The best thing that I've done with my librarian grandmaster, or my librarian mortal wound, is he deep struck, and he killed a demon prince, a bunch of rubric marine terminators, and he shot a combi melta in the face of one of the chaos lords all in one turn and killed all 3 of them. That was probably the best thing I've ever done. And if you bring a librarian, always bring a combi melta. 100%. Never not bring a combi melta.
I'm actually on my list now, and I just unclicked my Rhino's Hunter Killer so that I could actually click on. Combi Melt is 10 points, not 5 points.
Still worth it.
Well, he's got a storm
So
bolter now, so that's something.
that does nothing. So the Kami Melto, like when you kill everything around him, mortal wounds, and you're like, oh, by the way, I'm going to shoot you in the face with a melta gun. They just like, wait, what? Like D6 damage, like -4 AP.
That's fucking great.
It's so bad.
So, Nevin has asked us a question. He says, with some of the new mission previews, which we talked about previously, and Derek has played, Nevin asks, what are your thoughts of the future of the DK meta and upcoming balance sheets? So please, Derek.
I mean, I said that I like the new Grey Knight or the new mission packet. It just gives it more points to accumulate. So it makes it more of a game rather than, all right, I'm down by 5 points because the primary, you're gonna lose. So now that there's like you have a new secondary, so basically you have 4 secondaries and a primary, which is less points now. You don't have to solely focus on just the primary and maybe win on the secondaries. Now you can win on the secondaries and get 4 to 8 points on the primary and still win the game. Grana's, I still think they have one of the best secondaries that we have. The Psychic Ritual, is not a ton of people that are going to use their CP or denies to stop our 5 cast Psychic Ritual, which doesn't go up. It just stays at 5. So it's like you just have to roll 5 4 times, you can get 6 points, or roll 5 3 times, you get 4 points in one turn. Like, that's such a good secondary that we have. That we don't have to be in the center of the table. We don't have to kill a unit. We don't have to kill a unit in melee. We literally just have to sit back on our objectives, or even move up on our interceptors 12 inches and cast a power and then fucking run away. Like, there's a lot you could do. But I think we still have a very good 2022 mission objective holding, I guess. That's what it's called. Objectives.
So I'll reiterate a point I said earlier, is that and not to disagree with what Derek is saying right now, but there's always a but.
Everything after the but is bullshit.
I honestly believe it's true. It might be. This is all made up. So I believe, though, that Tau will see the end of the DK meta. I think they're gonna pop out there. They're gonna be really popular. I think they're gonna shoot the shit out of Grey Knights, and we're gonna go back to hiding behind buildings like we did in 8th. Not to say that that's bad for the game or whatever, but like, without an ensuing buff to our Terminator armor of our 2 types that we can bring, I do not see Grey Knights outliving the Tau. I don't see them outliving the Tau Codex. I know that sucks to hear. I know that my Grey Knight players out there don't want to hear that, but I don't think that a faction revolved around shooting will be able to be outshot by us, regardless of how many Dread Knights we bring. So,
especially if they get the move, shoot, move thing that we have, we're fucked.
Yeah, and then they can also shoot into combat. It seems like from the previews that we've seen that the new Tau melee is just shooting into combat, which is super cool and ultra like lore friendly and stuff. But yeah, I don't see how we survive a Tau shooting meta. It's just like 3 Riptides buffed up to infinity are just gonna eat Dread Knights for breakfast unless you get real lucky with some like saves, right? So I don't know. Nevin also asked, do you think that the player to bottom of 5 is going to be weaker because the 15 primary isn't in the cards. I mean, I think that in general, yeah, it would be, because if the... I guess it depends on how it's... Like, I'd have to go look at how that's actually worded, because if I remember right, with the new missions, the mission secondary, is that actually phrased as a secondary, or is it phrased as part of the primary? Because
it's part of the primary.
Okay,
like,
so
you
then
still can max that on 15.
So then if that's the case, then going second and being able to score all of your primary at the end of your turn means that you get to go do whatever the mission secondary is to score your primary points, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
In which
one
case,
of the games we played was you have to kill units to get points for the secondary.
yeah.
So if there's not any units left on the table, or not any invisible contact, you're kind of getting boned because you won't be able to do that one.
Right. Okay, well, Derek, it has been almost... It's been just over 4.5 hours. It's been a great talk.
Nice.
We do have one more question. I can cut it off here if you want. I don't know how froggy you're feeling right now. Are you...
I'm just getting yelled at by the girlfriend, but it's fine.
Are you cool with one more question, or do you need to go? Okay. So this is the last question. So Aaron asks, any thoughts on what Honor Knights will become?
I feel like that's more of your question, because you know a lot than I do.
I do? Oh shit, that's really upsetting. All right, so
I haven't listened to the Honor Knight system at all. I don't know enough what's going to happen to really answer that.
You phrase that like I fucking know what's happening, and I don't.
You know everything, bro.
Oh wow.
You know
now,
a lot more
yeah. All right, I will preface this again. I don't know anybody at Games Workshop. I'm not a playtester. I don't know shit. All right, just from what I see in the design of the codex, the fact that they would take 1/3 of our 8 fucking data sheets and give them Honored Knight, which excludes them from being able to do half the shit in the book, then obviously we have to get something for it eventually. So I think we're gonna get an Army of Renown. I don't know what that's going to look like. I think that they have to do something with that keyword, because right now that keyword effectively says if you bring them in a brotherhood, they don't give a shit. They don't get any buffs from that brotherhood. They don't care about your grandmaster. They don't care about your brother captain. They don't give a fuck. They're gonna go do their own thing. But they also don't get a buff for doing that. So I think that we're gonna see an Army of Renown that buffs the Honored Knight keyword and gives them a buff for going off and doing something on their own. Or being in a detachment by themselves. I don't know. But it, like, something has to be done with that keyword, because as it is right now, it is so exclusive that if Purifiers did not have Purifying Flame and a -1 damage strat, no one would take Purifiers either. You don't see Paladins in competitive lists. You don't see Venerable Dreadnoughts in competitive lists. They don't exist. They're too expensive. They don't do anything. They don't get any, like, Brotherhood buffs. They just, like, sit there. Yeah, we have to see something, and I think it'll be an Army of Renown. But again, that's a guess. It's just, you look at that, like, I'll say it one last time. We have 8, can count it on 2 fucking hands. We have 8 unique data sheets in the entire codex. That doesn't include a Land Raider. And 3 of those have Honored Knight. 4 if you include Drago, which I'm not including because he's a named character. So 3 of those have Honored Knight keyword, which excludes them from the stuff in the codex. That leaves us 5. 4 if you include the fact that Grandmasters and a Nemesis Dread Knight and Dread Knights aren't the same data sheet when they probably should be. So we have 4 data sheets that don't have Honor Knight and can actually play together. Strike Marines, Terminators, Interceptors, and Dread Knights, and that's it. And one of those no one brings because they're too fucking expensive. That's why you only see Strike Marines, Dread Knights, and Interceptors in everyone's list. So Honor Knight has to get something. I don't know what it'll be, but it has to be something, and it has to be something good, because otherwise no one will ever run them ever, except in fluffy fun, just totally legitimate. But like competitively, you'll never see them playing. So there you go.
We'll test that out. So all right,
yeah.
Thanks for the interview. Appreciate it.
All right.
We'll definitely do this again. This is fun.
Yeah, it has been 4 hours and 40 minutes, so I will let you go deal with the girlfriend and go
I'll
sleep.
let you know how tomorrow goes against Thick City.
Yeah. All right, man. Later.
Later, gents.
All right, I'm still here for a little bit. I just want to... I'm clicking around too much. There we go. Okay, I figured it out. Great. I just want to thank everybody for showing up. That was my first long-form discussion with Derek. He's a great guy. You probably know him. He has a YouTube channel called The Grey Knight Dude. It is in the description below if you wish to see that. I also left a link in there to his Discord channel, so if you want to go there, he's there as well. If anybody has any more questions, I'm gonna hang out for probably another 10 minutes or so. I'm gonna cut this off at 10 p.m. Pacific time, but I have a lot of thoughts about Grey Knights and where they ought to go and what they could be, but it's yeah, the more that I talk to you guys, the more that I think about the fact that like I just ran that all through my head, that if you actually take out the Honored Knight data sheets, that we have 4 data sheets. It's 5, I guess. It's really not great where we are, because like, what do you do to make an interesting list out of 5 data sheets, right? You can't, like, that's less than Harlequins, I'm pretty sure, and that's not a great place to be for like a versatility standpoint. It's not that great, right? So Aaron says it would be cool if it became something like the Dark Angels Fallen detachment. I don't know anything about the Fallen detachment. I've listened to a couple of podcasts that said that didn't go far enough and it wasn't as cool as everybody thought that it was gonna be. I know the way that Dark Angels work is that you get like a Vanguard detachment if you take Inner Circle, and then you get back like you get back the 3 CP, which lets you bring more elite slots, which for them lets you bring more Terminators. For us, our Terminators are troops, so that's not really a thing, so it would let us bring more Purifiers and Paladins. If that's the way that the Army of Renown works, I don't know. Again, this is all conjecture. I am speaking into the void right now, and I have no idea what I'm actually saying. So, but I do think that Terminators either need to go up in defensive ability, like an innate -1 to be wounded, or go up to a 4+ invul, or they need to be dropped in points, because you're never gonna see them on the field right now at 42 points a model. Nevin says, I think later this year Chaos Space Marines might get another demon Primarch that ties into us. Getting AOR. I don't know. I already know, like, what was it? Drago carved his name into Mortarian's heart or something. Dumbest lore thing. I mean, it's kind of cool, but it's also kind of dumb at the same time. It's like, why didn't you just kill him if you were that close? Right? But, I don't know. Maybe they'll get another demon Primarch. I don't know what would tie directly. I mean, Magnus is already out there. He's the biggest, baddest, psychicist Primarch. Or Tyrion's already out there. Who else? What other demon Primarchs are out there? This is how long I've been playing, as I don't actually know. Because Abaddon isn't a demon Primarch. He's just a errand boy, right? Drago and Voldus both were at Armageddon and fought Angron, I thought. I don't know. Armageddon was the story from the Grey Knight's novel with the Interceptor guy who became a prognosticar. Hello, Marco. You are unfortunately at the ass end of this interview. It's been going on for almost 5 hours, and I'm on here for about 7 more minutes, and then I'm out. But we had a great talk for a long time, and you should check this out if talking about Grey Knights and beer interests you. Drago and Voldus were both at Armageddon. The story was the Months of Shame with the Space Wolves. And I think that was the Battle of Armageddon, right? But isn't that when they banished Magnus? Or some, like, Demon Prince of Magnus back to the warp? Ah, fuck. I don't remember. Show my ass here. I know for a fact that if Stefan from One Last Blade were on this show right now, he would know, but I unfortunately do not. So, Months of Shame. It's a song, apparently, if that interests any of you. Yeah, Armageddon itself, with inquisitorial stormtroopers telling the civilian populace that they were going to be relocated. Oh, it was Angron, okay. And he got booped. Boop. Back into the warp. Boop. Yeah. I just read that too, and I could not remember. Which probably says a lot about me, so. Alright, we got about 4 more minutes, 3.5 minutes-ish. Any more questions, thoughts, concerns? Talk to me about beer, food, cars, 40K. Maybe 40K, because it's supposed to be a 40K channel. Anybody excited at least about, like, some of the new codexes or anything? Maybe some of you play Tau. I recall an excerpt in the latest codex that said a number of the named Grey Knight characters saw the previous generation of paladins get wiped out. I have been slowly making my way through the lore areas of the new codex, but I cannot in all honesty say that I've read it with very much like vigor. So because Angron had a bodyguard unit of 8 bloodthirsters, if I remember right. Yeah, probably. That sounds like Angron. That sounds like maybe any corn chaos, but you know. I should read that area again, I guess. Angron fucked up some Grey Knights though, if I remember right. Like, I think it was like 140 brothers hit the dirt all in Terminator armor, and when it was all over, like 30 were left or something. That's a lot of dead Grey Knights. So he took his pound of flesh for sure. If I remember right from the book, it was the entire chapter, but it was the entire chapter of everybody they could find at the time. So you're right that it was the entire chapter, but it wasn't everybody. It was just everybody they could find. So maybe it was 500 or 400 or something. It was the vast majority of the 1,000 Grey Knights. But like, a Grandmaster ended up dying. Multiple squads were completely wiped out. Anyway, it was a total bloodbath, and not that many Grey Knights that actually lived. If I remember right in the book, it's actually kind of like a badge of honor to have gone there and like actually lived. So, yeah, I am showing my ass on my lore right now. Not quite Imperial Fists levels of dying for the Emperor, but still pretty rough. Yeah, I would equate that to still pretty rough. I mean, 500 Grey Knights drop onto you all in Terminator armor. I remember there was a in the book there was an argument actually between it was Hyperion. It was Hyperion was the squad member at the time, the book is told through, and his Justicar got into an argument, a very brief one, with the Grand Master about the fact that they had trained and used their power armor for so long that they didn't want to be forced into their Terminator armor, and they ended up wearing it at the end. Because of this like crazy fight. So all right, it is now 10 p.m. on the West Coast. I'm going to call it. This has been going on now for nearly 5 damned hours. Why some of you are still here, I don't know. Why I'm still here, I don't know. But I'm going to finish the dinner that I made 5 hours ago. And I will leave you all in peace. So thank you, everybody, for showing up. Thank you for your comments and your questions. It sounds like Derek and I are going to do this again. I know that Canon Biggs and I have been talking about doing something very similar to this soon, so keep your eye out. We'll probably be doing this in the next week or so. And so Nevin asks, am I excited for Chaos Gate? Yes, I am. When that comes out, I will probably stream it. I love the XCOM games. I think I've got over 1,000 hours into XCOM 2 Enemy Within, and I have like 800 hours into XCOM 2. So it's XCOM but with Grey Knight. So yeah, it's pretty much like right up my alley. So I will definitely stream that, at least for a few days after it comes out. And as a software quality engineer, I am sure all of you will be more than happy to hear me wax poetic and yell at the screen for crappy bugs. Or maybe not. Anyway, sleep tight, everybody, and I will see you around, and don't forget to call your mother.